morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome in. Okay, it should be noted, my voice is frazzled. Absolutely frazzled. So, there won't be too much talking. Well, I say that every day, don't I? But then I just witter on. I'm going to listen to some tunes. I've got Lawmaster to do. I finished the campaign yesterday. Campaign's really quite cool. I kind of want to do it again though to actually like absorb everything in a little bit more detail. I don't mind good story. In fact, I'm a big fan of good story. But I accidentally made the mistake of doing it in chunks again, so I don't remember half of it. But for now, I am fixing this problem. Council at 10, Deeps at 6, Arathi at 7 is not good. I need these at 12 and 14. So, rares, treasures, Lawmaster, the lot. It's happening today. It's got to happen. It's got to happen. That's the plan for today, at least. We'll see how far I get with it. I've got my trusty Zygor pal to assist me in such endeavours. Yeah, it's time to go. We've spent a lot of time doing professions and stuff like that, so I need to share the love a little bit. I haven't actually checked my characters to see if they've sold anything, but I'm going to assume I'm going to assume all is good with them. But yes, if I am slightly less talkative today, it is because my voice is toast. But I'm going to be sat here playing the video game anyway, so I might as well chat with you guys while we do it. Answer some questions, help some peeps out. I'm really looking forward to next reset though. When the season opens and the demand starts to kick in and we start to see exactly all of the fun times, what we also see, which is an inevitability every time, is a huge dumping of prices in the first day or two due to more often than not everybody expecting that they're going to become a millionaire on day one. And it doesn't usually work that way. People don't need gems, people don't need enchants, people don't need to do fancy stuff with their gear until they've got it. You've got to give people time to get the gear. First weekend is probably a big one. Unfortunately for me, the first Saturday of Season 1, I'm actually away. Some of you guys may know it's actually my birthday during September. I don't disclose the exact date because I'm not looking for any build of hype, nor do I really want all my personal details on the internet. But my birthday is in September, and so I've had to designate one Saturday to appease the wife's demands that I celebrate it. So, so not tomorrow, but the weekend after, I am actually away on the Saturday. Literally the first Saturday of Season 1. How about that for timing, hey? But apparently getting an arbitrary year older is a big deal to some people. Weavercloth prices caught up last night on NA. Some of the farm spots have been nerfed. Yeah, I suspect there was a lot of people that just hoovered up a bunch of the stock, which would have driven the price pretty high, pretty quick. I have no issues with the thought that it will come back down again, though. Although I did sell off some of my Weavercloth bolt stock for a nice hefty 150% profit, because you can't argue with those sorts of profits. You take your profits when you can take them. Don't be greedy. I still have plenty. I still have more than enough Weavercloth bolts to last me basically a lifetime. So, but yes, some of the prices are going all over the place. I've started to see a lot of swing in price on things like, well, the base core materials really. your dust, your herbs, your ores, all of this sort of stuff. There's a lot of movement in this right now. Renown 14 with Hallowfall today. Yeah, see, this is the thing. I know it's possible. I know it's feasible, so I'm taking full advantage of the Dark Moon buff here. I know I slacked in the first week or so with not killing rares or doing all of the world quests and stuff, so I know I'm probably a Renown or two behind in that regard. But the 10% rep buff from Dark Moon is theoretically enough to catch me back up, considering I'd done basically nothing out here, Lawmaster wise. So I'm getting a little bit of a bump. I'm a 16, need to get alive. Hey. Rep is one of those things that, especially this expansion, once it's done, it's done. So just get to it. Just get to it. No messing. Get it done. I legitimately have no idea how I'm going to cap the rep this expansion. Because there's no way on a weekly basis I'm going to be pissing about doing world quests and killing rares every week for, like, a renown. I'm going to hope and assume that when the Season 1 opens, like, there'll be additional ways to gain the rep. I'm going to assume that higher tier delves might lead somewhere. I'm going to assume that the raid boss kills might lead somewhere. I don't know. Hallow Falls Spreading the Light event has extra quests with Renown at each key flame. Yeah, I spotted that some of those were dishing out Renown as well. Lawmaster is the big chunk of rep though, which is what I'm focusing on now. Well, not even necessarily Lawmaster, but like full every quest, every zone situation. I did some of this on some characters whilst leveling. I kind of started the expansion with the thought that I might level one character in each zone to spread it out a little bit. Gain some level 80s whilst doing it. But then the nerf to leveling happened, and it's actually quicker and easier for me to do it all on my main character. Not that he's geared in any way, shape or form, but he still performs better than a level 73 with Dum Dum gear. Plus, doing it all on one character, it's then easier to track what I have and haven't done. And considering I'm trying to do everything, that felt like the smart move.
The burden is mine.
So, some of the intro stuff I'm going to be doing again, but just to unlock the later stuff. You need Hallowfall 12 for Life on the Farm achievement to even start. I don't know what that one is. I don't even know what that one is. Life on the Farm? Complete the following quests involving the Hillhelmstead family farm. Oh, okay, cool. We'll get to all of this. I know this. See, there's part of me that's a bit frustrated that I'm like zerging this now, because we've got months to do this. But unfortunately, Renown 12 and 14 is linked to professions, and so it's got to be done. In my mind, it's got to be done. I can always come back and enjoy the experience more another day. There's about 1600 rep in the achievement. You return some items to the people on the farm. Oh, that's quite cool. That's a renown level in itself. See, this is what I suspect. There'll be cheeky little things like that that'll give you rep, that'll help you push it a little bit. I was going to record my little add-on video this morning, but my voice is so cooked that I didn't really want to do a, how do I say, somewhat evergreen video. It's not going to be super evergreen, but it's going to be a video I'm going to link people to frequently. I kind of don't want to sound like death in it, if I can be honest. I don't mind sounding like death on stream for you guys, but for a you know, a more long-standing YouTube video, I'd rather not sound terrible. Don't do a nether and craft the same blue tool twice on an ult. Now I've dumped thaumaturgy. Wait, what? You've... Ha! Oh no. Can't you just, well, you're gonna need 2 anyway. It's not really the end of the world. You're probably gonna want a resourcefulness and a multi-craft tool at some point for most professions anyway. So it's not total loss. But, yeah, if you are still chasing those elusive artisan securities on that character, that is going to set you back a little bit of progress. Multi-craft only for gem cutting. Yeah, but if you want to do any prospecting, well, I suppose if you're going hardcore gem cutting, you've got 410 knowledge points to find before you diversify at all, so that's going to be a while. Prospect is good. Got 3 jewel crafters. I assumed you probably would. I assumed you probably would. I've still... well, technically my main character is a jewel crafter, and I have a fully decked out jewel crafter. I might actually spec Manthius into gem cutting. I will never be optimal, but I'm quite sure I play the game enough to push myself into a position where I'll at least be able to cut a few things at a profit. If nothing else, I can use a concentration build on him. Any tips on how to choose which flask to go with? Should be hitting the 160 knowledge points later this week, early next, but concerned I might choose the wrong one. Well, if you've already spent some of your knowledge points, you've already made the choice. If you've done the smart thing and put points in... Ooh, this is going to test my memory, isn't it? If you've put your 50 points in alchemical mastery, and you've put 50 points in 30 points in formulated flasks, you should be stockpiling the rest, not choosing to spend any knowledge points on the specific herb nodes until you've made that decision. What you can basically do is you can still acquire the knowledge points. The only question is if you want to be pre-making quality 2 flasks, you're going to have to make that decision pretty quick. But the thing you basically do is pick 2 of the herbs and max those out with 40 points each. But yeah, if you've already spent the knowledge points, you've already kind of made your choice. You've already picked the first herb. Well, in that case, you want to pick the flask that uses that herb. That will limit your options down to 2. Hunger of the Deeps, where are you? Do we know why we can't fill work orders when Matt's at the wall bank, and is this going to be fixed? I'm not 100% sure. Let me turn Growl off because there seems to be a bear over here. I'm very much hoping that Blizzard look at that and make a change to it. I'm sure there's some logical reason why it's not like that, but I suspect that reason has got more to do with some sort of dupe protection system. I'm sure there's probably ways, like, I don't know, either that or it was an entire oversight, but I'm not sure. There's always the worrying thought at the back of my mind that this is Blizzard doing Blizzard things, and that they kind of want to make the system not totally click spam, click spam, click spam, click spam. Making it so that you have to have the materials in your own bags first to maybe not turn it totally into a mission table style system, even though it kind of is. This dude don't want to die, Jesus. Pick this wax up while I wait. Please, 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 if anybody spots my Dark Moon buff dropping, and I don't, please shout at me very fast. Ore nodes and herb nodes vanishing whilst you're gathering them is the most annoying thing ever. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why that happens so frequently. Each node is meant to be able to be tagged by, I believe it's 10 people. And I think the 10th person should instantly despawn it so that there's no whoopsie-doopsies. And I'm almost convinced that they despawn way before 10 people. I think there's actually... They can be tapped by up to 10 people, but there's a time limit from after the first person has tapped it, like a countdown. And I am probably convinced that if you turn up 10 seconds after and try and loot the herb, that you're just getting bad luck with your timers on those. I'm not pissed about jumping on a slime. Where's the rest of these nests? There's one. You gotta buy some hats so you don't have to go back all the time. Well, I'm Volpera, so it's not really much of a hassle. My camp is set right outside the carousel. And my return to camp cooldown is exactly the same as the buff duration, so it lines up nicely. Admittedly, I have the return travel time, but then my Hearthstone sort of fixes that problem as well. It's not quite as convenient, but it works. I need one more nest. This area's the worst. I don't mind the first 3 zones. I'm not a fan of Ashkahet, honestly. But it's equally the zone I've not really played in the most. So it might be biased, the fact that I just haven't been there very much. My JC can afford 1 blue tool. Which one do you think you should go for? Well, your tool, your actual tool, is the most game-changing because you can customize that exactly how you want it to be. The other ones, they just are what they are. And considering they all cost the same in terms of artisan security, your biggest advantage is getting your right tool first. But also don't forget that your tool, because you need to buy the missive, because they often take quite a lot of materials, plus you're going to need an enchant on it, is also the most expensive one to get as well, in terms of like gold cost. So ultimately it doesn't really matter, because you're going to get all of them anyway. But your main tool is probably the most advantageous to get first. I mean, plus the skill gain on it is the highest, so, but your skill gain doesn't really matter until you've got all 40 points anyway. That is on the assumption that you are pushing towards an endgame crafting build where you don't need to rely on concentration. Concentration build is slightly different. For a concentration build, you're almost actually better off by getting the knowledge points first, because your goal is never to get to the point where you can guarantee craft at rank 3 anyway. You're just trying to hyper optimize where you use your concentration, usually using lower quality stuff. But like I said, it's all a little bit dependent on exactly what you're using your profession for. Getting web dismounted in Ashgahet is sucky. What dev thought that would be fun? No, it's just yeah, when you accidentally fly past one of those like floating web balls, dunk. It's like, oh, thanks. I know exactly what you mean. Welcome in, Woo. Oh, hello, what's going on here? We've done a bunch of these quests, apparently. It's on theme, yeah. But it's on theme kind of like the Moor was on theme.
Returning to work.
Just because it's on theme doesn't mean I have to like it. That put us up to 7. Okay. Oh, there's a rare. Where are you? No, you're not a rare. You're a treasure box. Probably nearly capped on Valor Stones, actually. Oh, Jesus. What are the best professions from an alt army perspective? Any. Literally any. Your alt army approach short term is to utilize concentration to the best of your ability. Concentration can be used on any craft to help you reduce the crafting cost. So literally any craft in the game. Your best use of concentration is generally considered to be on high ticket value items though. So you probably don't, for example, you probably don't want to be using concentration on making quality 3 potions, for example, because they might not have the highest ticket value. The higher the ticket value of the item you use concentration on, the more, considering how most profits tend to work in this game on a relatively percentage based. That's not strictly true, but it tends to lead that way more often. If you're crafting something that you're then only going to sell for like 100 gold anyway, your likelihood of making gold on that is slim. But when using concentration, you can or for professions using concentration, I should say, literally any of them. And feel free to spread them out as well. It might not necessarily make the process of keeping on top of them any easier by spreading them out, doing different things. But at least it means that if something isn't profitable to do, you haven't put all your eggs in one basket. This is one of the core concepts of an alt army, is that you are offering and providing yourself a level of extra flexibility that other players may not have. And part of that flexibility is being able to tap into many different markets as and when needed. So yeah, in simple terms, any profession is viable for an alt army, because the reason you're using those alts is to give you more flexibility across the board. Or one of the reasons you should be using it. Oh, don't mount or you'll lose the barrel. Oh, flipping hell. I forgot this. I've killed Charmonger this week. Right, run upstairs. No, don't trap me in. Oh, we're good.
We all have our tasks.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quest lines to go in the Ringing Deeps. Now, that should be, if maths is my strong point, at least one more renown level. Could you check if your CraftSim average profit module works? I swear mine broke after the latest update and doesn't want to show up no matter how many times I check and uncheck it. Just wondering if it's me. This is probably not the right character for me to test anything on. But I mean, it shows up, but I would also point out that I'm still not entirely... I think some of the calculations are still a bit buggy with CraftSim. I can't easily diagnose exactly what or where, but I've still noticed a fair few times the numbers that it's telling me are wildly inaccurate. I don't quite know. The problem is that's far too general of a concern for me to even try and report it, but I need to you know, pinpoint a reason where I think it doesn't work and then take that directly, but
whatever you are.
Give me a moment. Regaining strength.
what enchant is the best for potion alchemist? Multicraft.
Regaining strength.
There's one simple rule for profession stats, secondary profession stats. It's really profession secondary stats are really easy. If you can use multicraft, stack multicraft. If you can't stack multicraft, stack resourcefulness. And if you have absolutely no choice, take ingenuity. It's a very simple hierarchy that will work 99 times out of 100. The chance of you having that 1 out of 100 reason to not follow that rule is very slim. Well, it's literally 1 in 100. Doesn't matter what build, doesn't matter what profession. If you can use multi-craft, use multi-craft.
Give me a moment.
Free shit is significantly better than a slightly lower cost saving on the thing you made. Which is light years better than being able to press the craft button again. I'll stand where steam shoots out the ground, okay. Haha, clever. Ingenuity is the biggest trap ever. With some work, you just don't need it. Yeah, I tried to get this message across in as much detail as possible before the game came out. People still to this day don't believe me. Hopefully now, when people start seeing it for themselves, it'll click and they'll be like, oh, that Mantheus dude wasn't lying. Is the Storm Dust situation that bad that I think its season isn't even out and it's climbing up? Well, prices are all over the place because some people are buying it not because they need it, but they know they're going to need it and they're buying it now in case it goes up. You know, there's a lot of movement in the market that isn't natural. It's not true supply or demand in action right now. It's simply the case that lots of people have spent a lot of time and a lot of effort leveling their professions, and they're happy with the prices of materials, and they would rather have some materials now than not enough materials when they need it. At least any goblin that has a reasonable understanding of what they're doing is holding on to some materials right now so that they don't run out. There's nothing worse than spending thousands and thousands of gold, tens of thousands, often hundreds of thousands of gold leveling up a profession, then only to get to the point where you can craft something at good quality and not be able to buy the materials at the right price to do it. The epitome of this was Shadowlands Legendaries. I remember very, very in great detail leatherworkers who would spend tens of millions of gold leveling up their profession would get to Wednesday and they'd be like, right, today I'm going to craft and sell a bunch of legendaries, not realizing that on Tuesday somebody'd come along and bought every single piece of heavy callous hide that existed, and the only ones on the auction house were 4 times the price they were the day before. Now, with a region-wide auction house, it doesn't quite work as drastically as that. But those who buy their materials early before any changes, any big demand kicks in, put themselves in a strong position to have those materials at a much cheaper price. The opportunity cost argument here is that those same players could just sell those materials rather than crafting them. But that's... whilst true, it's not as fun. More importantly, just reselling those materials only feeds your competition. If you actually turn around and craft things, and if you craft with them and then price your sold items competitively, you can actually deter a lot of your competition even more so. Not a methodology that many people
Keep it quick.
like, but it's true. Why
Not
can't I talk to
working,
you? Why
I
don't you want
see.
anything? I'm confused.
This sounds suspicious.
Return to somebody. I don't have the return to somebody quest. Have I missed something? What happens if I leave the zone and come back? I was planning to buy mats over the weekend. They've gone up a lot already. Would you say now is too late, or would you expect them to go down again? I have the same crystal ball you have, my friend. It's all a guess. Like, I don't know in any more detail than you do why they went up, whether it's natural demand, whether they're running out, whether they're, you know, it's all guesswork. People have to make those choices themselves, unfortunately. Why will it not let me pick up this quest? Well, let's go kill this rare then if we can. We'll come back to this in a minute. Where is he? He's not here. Somebody must have killed him. Oh, he's dead. Too slow. Seems to be way less Dark Moon cards on the market. Wonder if people are resetting or have stopped farming, or they've nerfed the drop rates. It's very likely the same situation again. It's very likely that enchanters are buying them all up. Very probable enchanters are buying them, ready to disenchant them for crystals.
I'm listening for now.
Very likely the case. This is why one of the biggest misconceptions about crafting, and why a lot of people look at their professions and go, nothing's profitable. It's because your crafting price is not the same as somebody else's. People focus way too much on what they can sell something for, when they should be focusing more on how much they can craft it for.
This sounds suspicious.
This quest doesn't work. I'm going to skip this. Come back to it if it's important. I might have already completed it. It might be Zyger having a heart attack.
The burden is mine.
Need something to do?
Quicksand, welcome in. Good morning. Lady Daisy, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Psychopathics, welcome in. Did an analysis of the equivalent time in Dragonflight with rank 3 herbs. In Dragonflight, prices were the lowest of the equivalent of today, then peaked on Tuesday coming, but this time round were lower earlier this week. Yeah, this might be the slight knock-on effect of early access. Like, we're technically 4 days further into the game than we were in an equivalent last time. Or at least some people have had four more days to play. Which might mean that people are doing things a little bit earlier than they maybe would have done previously. But yes, this week is always The week before the season launch of an expansion is always where materials do loopy things. They go up and down, up and down, up and down on a nearly hourly basis. People buying big stocks of them, dumping them back on the auction house at twice the price. People buying a bunch of them, squirreling them away. Farmers dumping the last of their stocks before they give up farming to start thinking about gearing their character or leveling their own crafting professions or the likes. Like I said, it's large quantities of speculation. How do people get to craft rank 5 cape so fast? As a tailor, I did all of the knowledge points and still not even close. Either they're using concentration, or they've done something you haven't, or they're lying. One of 3 options. All equally as likely as the other. I would hazard a guess. I've not looked at the gear crafting route particularly because it doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. But I suspect, knowing what I've been able to achieve with some of my professions, that I would not be surprised if there are crafters out there that can guarantee rank 5 all day long. I don't think knowledge points is the limitation. I think having your artisan security and getting your tools was probably the limitation. So I suspect people shuffled and got the job done. I think I have nearly 140 knowledge points in tailoring. So use that as a point of reference as to what's kind of possible. And I would also point out I am still missing 10 knowledge points from the rep book. So 150-ish knowledge points is possible. And I haven't bought every PvP recipe. That's not even hyper min-max. That's still with knowledge points left on the table. I can't imagine any single rank 5 gear crafting build requiring more than 150 knowledge points. Let's say 30 base node, 30 mid node, 20 end core. Yeah, people are going to be able to guarantee rank 5 easy, I'd imagine. Oh, well, I wouldn't say easy. A lot of time, effort, and gold has gone into doing it, but the point is it's possible. Do I just need to slay these elementals at this point? I'm not looking for anybody. Alright, let's kill these. 1, 2. I also wanted to do a little video on sort of some best practices for people looking at using work orders. Mostly because there may very well have been people that didn't really do it in Dragonflight and don't really have too much experience with it. And I already see people doing things in a very suboptimal way with work orders, which are doing nothing but costing themselves mountains of gold. For example, one thing that I am already seeing, and you clearly are also seeing this, is people who are advertising that they can guarantee something at rank 5 are doing nothing but costing themselves gold. It is not a benefit to them. It is not a benefit to anybody else. There is no reason you as a crafter should ever tell anybody that you can guarantee things at quality 5 in a service-based system. You know why? It's basically telling your future customers that you don't have any cost to press this button. That's basically what you're telling them. And in a few weeks' time, people will be complaining that nobody wants to tip anything. You know why? Because most people know they don't need to tip anything.
Praise the machine.
Concentration was very cleverly handed to crafters as their leverage point. Concentration is your leverage as a crafter. Only you get to see your concentration, though. Only you need to know how you actually go about using it. Crafters should be using concentration as their leverage. Their leverage to say, look, there's a limited amount of times I can press this button each day. If I press it for you, you've got to make it worth my while pressing it for you. Or I'll press it for the next man over there. Anybody turning around and advertising that they can guarantee shit at quality 5 is doing nothing but basically costing them gold. Because nobody is going to be paying reasonable commissions to players who turn around and say they can guarantee it. Because they're going to be like, it's going to be Dragonflight all over again. It's going to be, oh, well, you know, just press the button. All you're going to do is attract the cheapos, yeah. You don't walk into an Apple store and the person behind the Apple counter say, oh, it only costs us $400 to make this iPhone. Do you want to pay $1,000 for it? Do you think that would be the best sales tactic? Not really. It's not really the best sales tactic, is it? Telling people what your crafting cost is. Turning around and telling people you can guarantee shit at quality 5 without the use of concentration. That's playing your ace before you've even sat at the poker table. Now, the question is how do you look at competing against those people that are insistent on advertising the fact that they can do that? Well, some things, you can't fight stupid, unfortunately. What you can do, though, is remember one simple thing, that most people don't spend more than 2 minutes looking at trade chat. They look at trade chat when they want something crafted. They're not sitting there watching trade chat all day. They're not analysing what the going rate is for something. They get their spark. They figure out, or they already know what it is they want to get crafted. And then once they've done some of their basics, maybe not even before they've done their basics, they look at trade chat and they see if anybody's crafting it. If your name pops up, they'll whisper you. Most people aren't fussy. So the reality is whatever the rest of your quote-unquote competition is doing doesn't really matter. So if people want to give away their crafts for free and work for tips and basically be a charity, that's entirely their prerogative to do. But it shouldn't, and it probably won't, if you do your best to ignore it, have any difference on the amount of gold you can potentially make. Many players don't understand the new crafting system, and more importantly, they don't want to. Exactly. This is why crafters don't need to, crafters don't, there's no reason for crafters to turn around and say, I can guarantee this without concentration. Most people couldn't care less what your concentration is. They couldn't care less if you use it or not. Players will quickly get a grasp of what concentration is when they realise that people are charging for their concentration, and it won't take very long at all before they figure out that, well, actually, this concentration is the limited thing that crafters have to use to make stuff. If I want this crafter to make me this piece of gear, I need to, you know, line his pockets. But yeah, the reason why concentration exists in the first place is because most people looking at buying gear, they don't give a damn whether you've got 20% inspiration, 30% resourcefulness, whether you're using concentration or not. They just want to know, can you make my piece of gear, yes or no, and how much are you going to charge me to do it? That's all people want to know. Keep it simple, stupid. KISS methodology. How many knowledge points do I have in alchemy? I don't know. I've not pushed super hard on alchemy. I've specced into flasks, and I think, well, I'm not going to be able to guarantee flasks for the launch of the season, so I'm behind in that regard. But that's mostly because I haven't done a full shuffle on my alchemist. So I still need. I think I've got one of the knowledge point books. I think I still need the 2 other knowledge point books. I don't have the rep yet, so in that regards, I'm quite behind. I hate the trade spam. Yeah, the number one reason why I couldn't care less about work orders, even though I know full well that with my past sales and marketing experience, I could clean up. The main thing is I don't feel that it's fun playing customer service in a video game. And I said from the word go, until Blizzard give us an adequate system to be able to advertise what it is we can craft and how much we're going to craft it for, until they build out something that is better than a 2006 IRC chat channel in a 2024 AAA video game, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to waste my time. Is it worth to invest in blue profession gear with enchanting at the moment? You mean crafting the profession gear for others? Or do you mean actually just buying it to make enchants? I mean, either way, the answer is yes, by the way. There is nothing that is not worth doing right now. There is absolutely nothing that's not worth doing. Season hasn't even launched. Season hasn't even launched. Like, literally, as far as the Goblin game is concerned, it's barely begun. In a few days' time, when the season launches, and in a couple of weeks' time, when people have got a few pieces of sparks, you know, they've got their sparks, they're making the gear, they're optimizing stuff. You know, enchants will be flying off the shelves, gems will be flying off the shelves. It's going to be, oh my god, I nearly handed this in without my buff. Nobody told me. I mean, buying it, well, worth is subjective in that regards. Depending on what it costs you. Worth is subjective in terms of the fact that I don't know how much gold you have. If you have millions of gold, it's easily worth it because it's a tiny percentage of your net worth. The reality is that you'll be less competitive than somebody that has bought it if you don't. But will you be able to capitalize on the enchant's benefits? This is the kind of thing you've got to think about. The terminology worth, to decide if something is worth it, nobody can tell you if anything is worth anything. It is entirely up to you to decide whether something is worth it or not. Yeah, we'll just hearth. It'll be easier to hearth. GG knows if it's worth it. Yeah, his entire add-on is based upon that concept. His add-on presents you the data of roughly what you should be, in theory, able to make by going and doing a certain farm. And then it is up to you to ask yourself that question: is it worth it? Is it worth my time, my gold, and my effort to go and do this thing?
The causeway must be.
And 10 days into an expansion, the answer should always be yes. Because there is so much to do in this game right now. How would you go into week 1 with 200k and a few professions leveled? Get crafting, get selling. Get crafting, get selling. 200k is not going to buy you much stock. You got to look at profit margins a lot of the time. I would suggest that when you think about 200,000 gold, let's say you spend all that 200,000 gold on buying materials to craft things, you are likely to see, especially in more competitive margin markets, single-digit profits. If you make 10% profit, you're actually doing quite good. So if you take that 200k and you spend it on mats, and then you sell stuff, your 10% profit margin means you'll probably sell the stuff for 220k. The auction house takes its 5% cut, which will then take your 220k down to, let's say, take, just for quick maths, 10k off that. That means you might be spending 200,000k, you might be spending 200k gold to actually only make like 10 to 15,000 gold. But you're risking that 200,000 gold up front, because it could equally go in the other direction. You could equally spend 200,000 gold and then only sell it for 180k because the market switches in your favor. That is a risk. If you've only got 200k and you risk all of your gold on materials, that is like literally going to a casino and put all of your chips on black. It's probably not very smart. If you've only got 200k and you've only got a couple of crafting professions, I would look at spending as little as you possibly can on materials, and I would look at using concentration to help you craft higher quality things at as cheap a price as you possibly can in a limited fashion to reduce the amount of risk that you have to take with those crafting professions. Now, it does mean you're not going to sell an awful lot, but we've already determined with 200k, you can't really sell a lot anyway because you don't have that much capital to buy materials in the first place. You could, and you probably should, be supplementing this with some farming if you want to spend more time making gold. You could, in theory, use your concentration, craft a few things, go put them on the auction house. You're not going to have enough concentration to spend until tomorrow anyway. So let those things sell. Go out, spend a few hours farming. The materials you farm will probably be able to sell very quickly, very reliably. And the gold that you generate from that farming can then be used to help you buy more materials the next day. But I would also point out, it is often recommended that players never spend more than about 10% of their gold on materials or any single investment. This is just general money sense here, that you never want to spend more than you're willing to totally lose, because if it doesn't sell, now you've got a problem. You've spent money on materials, you've crafted something, and if you then don't sell it, you're left with a product that you didn't particularly want in the first place. Secondly, you're then going to feel like you have to, you're not going to feel content until you've sold it, which often leads to people undercutting, selling it cheap just to get rid of it because they made a mistake. Like all of this sort of negativity, which is not the smartest way to go. So My honest opinion, to summarize, is that if you have 200k gold and a few crafting professions, you should probably be spending most of your effort farming materials and supplying them to those who need them and don't have the time to farm. It's risk-free, it's reliable, and it's quite literally one of the most lucrative ways you can spend your time at the beginning of an expansion.
May your days bring you joy.
Pick up herbalism, pick up mining, fly around, pick up stuff, sell it on the auction house. Zero risk, pretty reasonable reward. You've got to be crafting and selling at an obnoxious scale to outdo the gains that you can get from farming right now. And most people aren't going to be able to craft at those levels. Certainly not with only a few 100k gold to play with. Now, that's not to put people off the professions, because concentration in the professions can be very good for supplying your own character with the stuff your character needs, right? So if you, it sounds like you've picked up junk crafting. This in essence is going to mean that you'll be able to put yourself in a position to use concentration to craft yourself gems, potentially even cheaper than what they cost on the auction house. So there's still value in leveling up the professions. Goldson, my man, welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Or, well, good evening for you, probably. I desperately try and remember this every day. Thank goodness it's Friday. Friday's a good day. Friday's a good day. I must be doing something wrong. I'm crafting patron orders, including first crafts, and my skill points don't go up. You mean your base profession skill? You mean this one here? This only goes up if the recipe you fill the order for would give you skill anyway. This doesn't naturally go up just by filling orders. Bought 400 storm dust, might end up using it for myself as enchanting higher tier is 100 storm dust. Yeah, the enchanting market's really interesting this expansion because it's kind of flipped on its head a little bit. It's really weird how the assumption would be that storm dust would be the cheap one, the one that you don't really need a lot of. But based upon the fact that greens are surprisingly costly to manufacture, you're looking at blacksmithing hammers, you're looking at some further shuffling into tailoring. But then world drop greens are obviously somewhat limited in their supply. It's kind of odd how storm dust is almost becoming the bottleneck material. Shards, really easy. Most crafted gear turns up at blue by default. Relatively cheap to produce. Or at least it's flooding the auction house because everybody's used it for crafting. Flipping Dark Moon cards dropping something that drops a lot has meant that the crystal prices are not as ludicrous as they certainly could be or have been in past expansions, for example. It's an interesting twist, and if I'm honest, I like it. If everything was the same, every expansion, it'd get boring very quick. It's nice that it feels different, even if it gets a little bit, even if it requires some getting used to, even if it sort of throws a few people through the loop. It's still cool that it's at least a little bit different.
Tell me of your travels. Farewell. May your days bring you joy. Farewell.
You can't even really shuffle tailoring greens as they use Storm Dust. It's like they knew. Maybe think about the process a little bit more. And you'll quickly realise that you do still shuffle those greens. Because of the way disenchanting operates and the way that disenchanting functions, when you disenchant something, you have a chance to get quality 1, 2 or quality 3. Storm Dust. Just because you have to use Storm Dust to make it, what you basically do, it's basically a recycling system. You can pump your quality 1 Storm Dust into those tailoring items, which will then give you a chance when disenchanted of turning into quality 3 Storm Dust. So if you end up with a mass abundance or an oversupply of quality 1, you can take that quality 1, use it on tailoring to give you more stuff to disenchant for more chances at quality 3 from arguably the same materials. I've not done the maths on it to determine exactly when that's most useful. But it is, you know, a mini recycling system for low tier dust. Although I don't think there's much problem selling low tier dust at the moment anyway, especially when it's going to be used in crests. Like 100 or 150 a time or something, so it's going to get hoovered up pretty quickly anyway. But the point is it's there as a system. Deep Flayer Hunters, who are you then? Binding of Binding Ring is super interesting. Feels like the new Lariat mixed up with alchemical flavor pockets. Once people stop doing the theater event, the price might rise. I see where you're coming from, but I also have a very different opinion on it. I think people want it to be the Lariat. I think people want it to be the Lariat, and so people are treating it like the Lariat when it's not the same. For starters, it's nowhere near as rare as the Elemental Lariat was. You only need to take a look at the amount of them that have appeared in the first few days and weeks, or first few days of the expansion, to indicate that it's nowhere near as rare as the Elemental Lariat. Secondly, it's not really on anybody's BIS lists right now. Which, the Lariat was on absolutely everybody's BIS lists. Absolutely everybody's BIS lists. Every man and their dog wanted an Elemental Lariat. Now, the binding is on some. It's on predominantly a handful of healers' BIS lists. And it sort of makes an appearance as like second, third, fourth spark kind of piece of crafted gear, maybe, possibly. But it's not really looking all that attractive to endgame players. So I'm not sold on it. I might, though. I might be wrong. It's entirely possible. I might be wrong. But my feels on this from many expansions experience of this is that people want this to be a lariat, and they're kind of treating it like the lariat, and that is causing people to post it at astronomically high prices because there's this rumor that it could be the next lariat, and FOMO is kicking in, and FOMO is doing an awful lot of the heavy lifting here, I think. The fear of missing out because they missed out on the massive amounts of gold that was made by the lariat in Season 1 of Dragonflight. People's fear of missing out on that for a second time is causing them to believe something that may not necessarily be the case. It's an interesting item. There's no denying it's an interesting item. But that doesn't matter. If it doesn't show up on BIS lists, if people don't want it crafted, you're not going to be able to charge an arm and a leg to make it. More importantly, it's nowhere near as rare as the lariat was. People could charge stupid money for the elemental lariat because they would probably be, for a period of time, the only people on the server, one of only a very small amount of people that could make it. That's probably not going to be the case with this one.
Well, I'm listening.
More supply, less demand. Doesn't smell very lariat, elemental larity to me. Oh no, I've just realised I've balls this quest up, haven't I? No, I haven't. No, we have found the trail. I'm meant to be following you and you've run off. I got wildly lost on this quest last time. Yeah, there we go. It's because you fly this way. I reckon within the next few weeks it will be sub 100k. Yeah, there's just way too many of them. I mean, we looked at this the other day and there was over 500 of them listed on the EU. That's way too many. Like there was double digits of elemental lariats for weeks. There was periods of time in the expansion where there was like 20 elemental lariat recipes in existence. Not 500. 500 makes it common as muck in terms of recipes. And the only reason that people are, like I said, people are utilizing the FOMO aspect and this kind of rumor that it could be the next lariat as an excuse to post it for like 700,000-800,000 gold a piece. And some people might get lucky and they might snag a sale. They're snagging a sale off somebody that's going to buy it either with blind ignorance or just because they've got so much gold, it's worth the punt. If it does end up being good, at least they've got one, sort of thing. But he farmed the recipe for tens of hours, never got it. Well, you can't farm it, that's the point. It's a once a week drop. You need a level 80 character, and you get, well, unless he's got 500 level 80 characters, but I doubt that's a thing right now. You can't farm for it. You get one opportunity at it a week. Oh, well, the original elemental lariat, you couldn't even really farm for that either, honestly. It was tied to specific rares in the storms, mostly. which meant even the lariat wasn't particularly farmable. But the binding of bindings, or whatever it's called, is a once a week opportunity. Is there a set time for patron orders to refresh? No, they seem to do it pretty randomly. Or at least if there is a set time, people haven't figured it out yet. I'm recommending to people they check their patron orders every day anyway. Not only because there does seem to be a drip feed of orders throughout the week, outside of the big drops of like a handful. So yeah, my recommendation is you want to check your crafting characters daily at this point if you're trying to stay on top of your orders. Oh shit, my pet's dead. Am I biting off more than I can chew here? Maybe. I'll just try and keep this pet alive. If my pet's alive, I'm alive. I need not be dying, because then I lose my buff.
We all have our tasks. If that is all.
May your hammer strike true.
Have you met your quota?
.30 acuity for a level 2 healing potion. When you get lucky, it's a good feeling. It's very nice when it goes your way for once.
You address the Queen Regent of the Dark Iron Clan.
I'm able to guarantee rank 3 alloys, all the possible enchants, and soon we'll be able to guarantee spell threads. Will it be enough to hit gold cap? I don't know. I don't know. You've put yourself in a good position though. People seem to forget that to acquire a gold cap via crafting, you have to do some outrageous selling. You're unlikely to ever really see much more than a 10% margin in any competitive market. 20% if you are super lucky. But that means for every million gold you spend on materials, you might make 200k. If you want to make gold cap, you need to sell 100 million gold, between 50 to 100 million gold of stuff, just to make one gold cap. It's an outrageous thing to do. Which is why most gold makers, and at least publicly facing goblins, have not done it overnight. It's been an adventure that they've been on for many, many years.
Need something to do?
But absolutely best of luck to you. You've put yourself in a good position to give it a go. Remember Shadowlands Season 1? I was going from 5 mil down to 0 and then back to 5.5 mil every day. Yeah, those mailbox cleanouts in Shadowlands were something special. Something special. Although, it does kind of taint your... It taints your view of goal making. Well, Shadowlands very much tainted mine. For example, I was selling some stuff on the auction house the other night, and I think I'd sold like 600k worth of stuff in about 40 minutes. And I was somewhat disappointed with those results. And I was like, what is going on? How am I disappointed at only selling 600k worth of stuff? Because I knew full well the profit margins on those were quite slim, and that the actual gold I made was about 50k. And I simultaneously know that I can make 50k an hour by picking up herbs right now.
Best mind your manners in the presence of a
So
queen.
it really breaks your perception of like what's good gold. And then when you look at it from the perspective of most people that never, ever, ever have more than a single token's worth of gold, there are players out there that have never had more than 300k gold on their account at any one time, because they predominantly only gain their gold by buying it from a token, and then the most gold they ever have is, you know, whatever pennies they had before they bought the token plus the value of the token, until eventually they end up spending it all and repeat the process again. And when you think on the auction house, on the region-wide auction house now, you can quite comfortably, and I mean quite comfortably, sell more than a token's worth of stuff in like 10 minutes. It's putting yourself in the position to be able to do that that's the tricky thing. I think every Lego maker went broke every 2 days. There was one, I remember this quite clearly because we had add-ons that helped us track all of this. There was periods in time where I had over 40 million gold in just stock, right? I'd spent over 40 million gold just on items in preparation for reset. Like, the numbers were astronomical. And when people complained about the prices of Legos, they had absolutely no idea the risk a lot of these players were taking. No idea. To have over 40 million golden items ready to sell for reset day, so everybody could get their new legendary, to then also have to spend most of the day at the auction house to be able to sell through those items. This is why this is why it's a system that will never be repeated, and it's a system that should never really have existed in the first place. I said during Shadowlands it was broken. Even at the peak of profitability, I was like, this is such a broken system, it shouldn't exist. There was no way I wasn't going to do it, though. You don't get given a golden goose and tell it to stop laying eggs, do you? It's why, of all of the expansions in the past 10 years, Shadowlands, to me, simultaneously is the expansion I probably played the most, and at the exact same time, the expansion I feel like I played the least. Because my hours played was just disgusting. My bank character alone, over the 2 years of Shadowlands, had over 300 days played. That averages to nearly 12 hours a day. That is not good. Now, admittedly, that's obviously a second account that was just doing, you know, the busy work, but... We said it at the time, it's the biggest transfer of wealth ever seen in WoW from regular Joes to goblins. Yeah, oh, without question. Without question. Yeah, if anybody thinks there was a rich get richer scheme, fuck me, it was Legos. Dear God. So broken. How any single person at Blizzard thought that it was a smart move to make leveling a profession cost upwards of 30 million gold? Who ever thought that that was a sensible move? Who didn't see that from a mile away and go, hang on, hang on. We're going to have 5 people per realm just absolutely creaming it. And everybody else is going to feel poor. Is that the economy we want in this in our MMO? It was fun though. I need one more earthen to rescue. Oh, can I just kill these dudes instead? Ah, oh, there's an earthen dude anyway. Had so many hate mails from people I undercut on Legos. Yeah. But this was the thing, right? I spoke about this a little bit yesterday, and it rubs people the wrong way, but sometimes the truth hurts. And it's that if you are spending astronomical amounts of gold to put yourself in an advantageous position, it is your prerogative, you're right, and you are actually dumb if you don't do this, to hold your position. And the way you hold your position is by crunching the value of things down, not up. Because you spent 30 million gold leveling leatherworking back in Shadowlands. If you dropped 30 mil on materials in the first few weeks to level it up, the last thing you wanted to do was let people in on that market. No. You've spent 30 mil. You've got to hold onto that market real tight. You got to put the wall up. You got to build a wall, and you got to make everybody else pay for it. Because you want to make sure that you don't end up, you know, on the streets. It's weird. It's weird, but this is why even this week in The War Within, 2 expansions on, people can't get their head around the fact that quality 3 crafted items are quote unquote below their cost, below their crafting price. People can't get their head around it. They don't understand it. They don't understand why. Why are these people dumpstering the prices on things? They don't get it. And they're not looking at it through the perspective of those people that are selling those things. In that you don't actually want for too long to be making 300% profit on everything you craft. Because all that does is advertise more people to come into your market. And the more people that comes into your market, especially on the region-wide auction house, well, you can say goodbye to your ability to make profit very quick. So, you're incentivized to keep the profits modest. And I should point out that in doing so, that is actually the best thing for the general player base as well. Because Blizzard doesn't want everything to be super duper mega expensive. Because players don't like it when single items they need to purchase are super duper mega expensive. Let's refer back to the Shadowlands Legendaries situation again. People hated paying 50 to 100k for a Legendary. People hated having to spend 250k on the day one that they came out. People hated it. Nobody wants to spend a token's worth of gold on a single piece of gear. Because either they didn't have the gold and then felt obliged to take their credit card out to buy it because the rest of their raid had it. Or they had the gold and they worked really goddamn hard to get that gold. And then they felt that they had to spend it all on one piece of gear. People hate that. Yeah, I mean, excluding the fact that people equally don't realise that their crafting cost is nowhere near what the crafting cost of other people is. But people are still living 4 expansions in the past in that regard. People are still assuming that, well, if it costs me 1,000 gold to make it, it must cost them 1,000 gold to make it. No. If it costs you 1,000 gold to make it and it's not profitable for you because it's being sold for 800 gold on the auction house, I can tell you for a fact somebody out there is making it for 700 gold. Because nobody does shit for free. It was easier back then as well. You could one could buy out the ore market and you'd block anybody else from making rings at a profit, for example. Yeah, I used the example earlier of heavy callous hides. That it was really funny to see these brand new because you'd see it every week. Every week you'd see some new names posting legendaries, and you'd be like, huh, you've clearly just leveled up your professions. Well, okay then. It's Tuesday. It's reset tomorrow. I'm just going to buy out the entire heavy callous hide market. Yoink. Try competing with me tomorrow. And those names very quickly came, and those names very quickly went. And it happened every week. I tell you what, the Shadowgast ring market was one of my favourite by far. One of my favourite by far. I can't even count on 12 pairs of hands the amount of, should we say, heated discussions I got in with people over the Shadowgast ring market. People could not comprehend quite how I was selling them at the price I was selling them and why I was willing to sell them at that price. They just didn't get it. They just didn't get it. Oh, I missed. No, I don't want to see your papers. I want to blow up the ones that run away. Did anybody ever play Papers, Please? Real weird game, but actually a psychological brainfuck, that game. I found a character. I was doing a clean out of characters before we went into warband mode, and I found a character that's got probably quite literally millions of arboreal shards still on him, and I was like, oh dear, oh dear. This is a weak aura. It's linked in chat. Moo's knowledge point tracker. Optimistic buyer wanting a blue enchanting hat, spending all their gold on rank 3 mats and then putting a 250 gold tip. Yep. Declined. Thank you. Thank you. That's I know you were saying thank you for the add-on, but or for the week aura, but to Kahani's comment, that's a thank you, no thank you situation. Got him. Okay, where are we at? We're nearly 8. It's not the 12 we need, is it? So they spend like 80k on mats for the craft and then just want to pay a 5k tip. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I without sounding like a broken record, I still to this day cannot get over how much I dislike the work order system as a whole. It's so frustrating to me because it has the potential to be incredible. It has the potential to revolutionize how the crafting operates in the game. We had this full overhaul. For 15 years, we had basically exactly the same crafting system. No issues with that particularly, other than we've seen it, we've done it, we tried all variations of it over the expansions. Now, the crafting order system in my eyes was always a custom order system, and it was always something that I felt should be supplementary to the auction house. Now, they've tried to push it to be not only supplementary, but more of a takeover. But in doing that, they haven't done enough. If they wanted the crafting order system to be a full takeover system, I don't morally object to that, but they need to then flesh out the system. You need to have something better than a flipping 2002 internet relay chat system for communication between players. Everybody spamming in one chat channel, which by default is about 3 lines tall on the default UI and is borderline unmanageable without add-ons. It doesn't make any sense. And that's before I get onto the fact that there are so many things in the crafting order system that realistically have no place there. Like profession bags. There's absolutely no reason profession bags need to be on the crafting order system. Zero customization. So why do you need this? Why do you need to put in a personal order? Why do I need to put in a customized order for something that's not customizable? A wax explosion, look, hell. Because people don't really put 2 and 2 together of where the crafting order system came from and why we have it in the first place. It came from the fact that Blizzard created a bit of a problem at the end of Shadowlands.
Yeah?
In that
What do you want?
they had a bit of a problem with the fact that crafted gear was starting to be a little bit more customizable in terms of uses of missives, in terms of optional reagents, this sort of stuff. They took this design philosophy of having one crafted item and allowing you to customize it to give 20, 25, 50 different variations of ultimately the same item, which was great until you get to the point of trying to craft and sell those things, which is where crafting 50 different variations of a crafted item to put them all on the auction house is just like a flood and just a poor system in and of itself. So the initial designs of the crafting order system were quite smart. They were built to allow players to say, right, this is the exact customization of this item that I'm looking for, and if it wasn't already represented and available on the auction house, can I ask crafters to make it for me directly? The concept of that, brilliant. What a clever system.
What's up? Don't be
But what they
afraid
didn't
to
do
be careful out
is flesh it out. Instead, we've had band-aid fixes, such as patron orders, to make the system look like it works,
there. Go get him, champ.
when it still suffers from exactly the same problems it did in its infancy. Which is why I'm not going to go anywhere near it. I'll craft my shit, I'll sell it on the region-wide auction house, and I'll be a happy goblin. So the customer can provide acuity for the bag. No, you missed the point. You missed the point there. There's equally no need for there's realistically no need for the profession bags to use artisan's acuity. You can't say that the reason for one bad decision is because of another bad decision. There's equally, I should point out, there's no reason that that a crafter couldn't use their artisan's acuity on them and they still be bind on equip and still be able to sell them on the auction house. If you wanted to limit the supply of them and maintain the value in them based upon artisan's acuity, they could be BOE. There's absolutely zero reason that they need to be bind on pickup and need to be work order only. That is purely a work order engagement system. Absolutely zero customization that goes into them. Absolutely no reason for them to be on the work order system. And we know this is the case because for many, many patches of the beta, they were bind on equip. It was an active decision late in the development to turn the bags into a work order only system. And there's no other reason for that other than they want more people to use the work order system.
Catch you on the flip side.
We're now on 8. We're getting there. Back to the original problem of soulbound items. Yeah, if we really dive deep into it, I kind of agree with that I don't really believe that many crafted items should be soulbound. Doesn't make sense to me. I thought we fixed that problem like 10 years ago with top tier items being bind on pickup. I've never understood why the restriction of because you made it, you're the only person that can use it. And I pushed hard against too many crafts being bind on pickup for a long time and still do. It was really gross in Dragonflight. They went really over the top with everything being bind on pickup purely because they wanted every man and their dog to use the patron order system. Sorry, the work order system. I was hoping they were going to like tone it down a little bit for the War Within. But then they went and made bags bind on pickup and I was like, okay, they're not going to tone it down, are they? They're just, if anything, they're going to double down. Same with profession tools. Well, the only profession, like, you know, the actual, your profession tool, I can see the justification for it because it can be customized. You can choose to put a missive on this thing to determine the secondary stats on it. That's a level of customization. Admittedly, it's the only customization, but it is at least a level of customization that warrants it being a work order thing. The others, though, there's no customization on these. Why aren't they bind on equip? Why can't you craft them? Why can't you sell them on the auction house? Well, a small realm looked for hours yesterday for somebody to craft alchemy equipment. Didn't find anybody. Made a public order. Got rewarded with quality 2. Sucks so hard. For future reference, especially if you play on smaller servers, no refunds is a craft. I've set up a crafters guild. Totally cross faction. Totally cross server. Already has some of the best crafters in the entire region in it. And guild orders are completely cross-realm. So, whilst it will require you to leave any current guild you're in to join this one to get something crafted, if you do play on a lower pop server, this sort of thing is now possible. You can join a crafters guild. There'll be some good crafters out there. Not only that, you can also then see, you can quickly go in and you can see, right, who's got the profession, right? If I need a certain thing being made, let's say I need an engineer to craft me a tool, I can open up engineering. I can highlight the tool that I'm interested in. So let's say I want the, where's it gone? Let's say I want an Akirite Fisher Friend. I can then see who in the guild has the ability to craft that and either message them directly, see if they're online, so on and so on. Personal orders are still realm specific, but if you put in a guild order, any other guild member can fill that order for you. And of course, on guild orders, you can also specify quality, so it's safer than public orders, where you have, you know, you're literally pulling the lever, pulling the one-arm bandit as to what you might get back. The guild also has an like there's some channels in my Discord as well. And there's thousands of people thousands of goblins in the Discord. So you can always request stuff in there as well. And it's entirely open for anybody that wants to join. You can find it in the guild finder. If you just search for no refunds, you'll find it quite easily in the guild finder. Or you can message anybody that's online at the time. Anybody in the guild has the ability to invite others. How did you get the view crafters button? It's just in the guild interface. If you go to professions in your guild interface, right, you can go engineering, you pick the profession that you want something crafted from. So if I want a piece of leather crafted, I can click view all to view the profession. You select the piece of armor that you want to be made. Let's say I want flame touched helmet to be made. Highlight the item and then view the crafters in the guild that have that recipe. Boom. Is it open to those in NA? Well, no, NA, you're going to have to find an NA equivalent. I am unfortunately EU only right now. Is it just me or is Inscription really bad this expansion? No mass production items, so everything sells really slow. In regards to sale rate, the season hasn't started yet, so you can't really analyse the sale rate of stuff right now because the race hasn't, you know, the doors aren't even open yet. I've not played too much with Inscription. I have it reasonably leveled up. I've gone into a hyper-competitive market though, I'm aware of that. I've gone into milling and ink crafting, which is probably a bad decision for me personally, but you win some, you lose some. Guild's easy to find if you're Horde. Unfortunately, joining a cross-faction guild is still complicated. Yeah, that's true. If you play on a Horde character, it's easy to find. If you play on an Alliance character, you will probably need to join the Discord first and request an invite via the Discord. As the guild finder system doesn't work very well on cross-faction.
Talk to me. Hurry back. Glad I could help.
Once or twice a day, I'll usually go through and invite people if there's any outstanding applications. Off topic, I'd like to speak to the guy who makes the easy mind nodes. They're funny, they are. I don't think there's much of a problem with them. You just got to carefully stand in the right spot. Just don't stand in the boom. Job done. Once I've got my rep a little bit more in order, one of the things that is on my list of to-dos, I don't know if I'm going to get to it today, is I want to get my gatherer up to speed. I haven't done anything on my gathering toon this week and we're already on Friday. I half started with the mindset of that I'll do my gathering stuff first at the beginning of the week, so that I definitely don't leave it till last and then end up not doing it. Because I'm insistent that I will actually keep a herbalist, a miner, and a skinner leveled up this expansion. But I'm on week 2 and I'm not really doing a great job of that. Oh, I need to do that stupid blocked intake quest. Where is it? It's up here somewhere, isn't it? Yeah.
Incursion, and we
Right.
need some defenders. I know you'll
Okay.
like this.
Wait, what? How do we unlock these in the middle? Don't know how we unlock those. Where am I trying to get it? Over here. No. You go over that way. No. No. Go this way. Stupid fucking... oh, God. Okay. It's going to be double hard when they don't go in the fucking direction you want them to go in. No. Try again. It's easier to path on the lower side of the puzzle, but it's symmetrical. Oh my god. I accidentally did it. Check me out. Ah, no! Fuck, my rep buff has dropped. Nobody told me. Oh well. It's only 15 rep in the bin. Should I invest into 2 inscription characters, one for milling already set up with blue tools, and one for production of inks and ciphers, or should I invest my 2k artisan into a new profession on a second character? Artisan's acuity is soul-bound, my friend. You can't send it anywhere. So I don't know how you'd invest it on another character somewhere else. Until you have min-maxed the profession once, I wouldn't bother picking it up again. Is my take on it, but there's actually a lot of knowledge points you can obtain with herbalism past just having your 100 plus 40. You can quite heavily increase both your multi-craft and resourcefulness, which I'd focus on doing first. I know from experience though, there's probably not enough knowledge points knocking around right now to both do milling, ink crafting, and reagent crafting all on one toon. Obviously, you will be able to in a few weeks' time, but as it stands right here, right now, it's not easily possible on a single toon. Jewel crafting is tanked faster than the Titanic. Do you have all your knowledge points? All your blue tools? I'm still pretty sure jewel crafting's profitable. Just need more stats. And more importantly, there's a lot of open opportunity for like mass producing tier 2 stuff. Obviously, a huge amount of the focus by crafters is on getting the quality 3 markets, mass producing quality 3, producing them in an optimal fashion. But it's kind of leaving the market wide open for people to dive in and mass produce quality 2 items. Because the prices of quality 3 might be out the range of a lot of people. Meaning there will still be huge amounts of quality 2 sales on everything. Which isn't going to require you to have hyper optimal profession builds to make a profit in. Even silly little things, right? I crafted and sold a bunch of quality 2 engineering parts yesterday. Simply because the quality 3s were really tight on margin, not worth me spending too much time on. But the quality 2 prices were a lot more favourable. Oh, this is nearly the end of the Ringing Deeps questline. Off to Hallowfall in a minute. We're still remarkably short though. Even with harvesting rep gains from Dark Moon. Clearly killing those rares every week is much as needed. What's this? Forgotten treasure. How and where's that then? Down even further. One already with blue tools and description, fully spec'd milling. Then I have one that was going to go multi-craft ink ciphers with 2000 artisan security. Oh, you've done the shuffle, but you've not even sort of predominantly picked your profession even. Well, the the world is your oyster, my friend. You pick whatever you want to do. You've afforded yourself the ability to pick whatever the hell you want. It's very brave to have done the entire shuffle without having a final destination, but don't let me or don't let anybody else tell you what to use that character for. You've probably invested millions into that character. If you're not in too much of a rush. Well, the frustration here for me is if you haven't picked a primary profession on it, you're actually going to be lacking knowledge points on that character, even though you've done the shuffle. So you definitely want to pick a profession and get on it. If you can have it something that's supplementary to what you've already got, it's a bonus, sure. Wow, I mean, I don't think my recommendation is really going to make much difference in this scenario. I wouldn't put the two things so incredibly close together, though. If you've already got Inscription with, like, a full milling build set up, I probably wouldn't also go... I probably also wouldn't go, like, Ciphers or anything. You're putting yourself, in my opinion, a little bit too close to yourself. The time you'll want to spend mass producing inks, for example, unless those two characters are on two separate accounts and you can do it simultaneously, you probably want to go for something a little bit more that you can craft on mass, then go and get listed whilst you go back to your main character and do inks, for example. But like I said, if you've already got 2,000 artisan security, you've probably got a clear idea anyway. Saranuva, welcome in. Good morning, good morning. What's the add-on that shows you the rewards from the patron orders? No mats, no make. No mats, no make. I've now seen that Handy Notes marks rares you need rep from in purple. Is that how it's doing it? These little purple ones, these are ones that are indication that I can gain rep from them still. I assumed it was something along those lines, but nearly all of them on my map are purple, so I was also kind of assuming that that means I need to kill all of them. Although there are some on my map that are not purple. I don't know. Oh yeah, there are a couple that are not. Okay, interesting.
Let's get down to business then. Mind yourself, child. We need you.
Okay. There's the deep stun. Are you using the plugin from Zerillion? Hang on, I don't know which one I'm using. There's always been this thing with, there's always been this issue with Handy Notes, that there's two different people fighting for the War Within. No, I'm not using the one by Zerillion. Should I be? I'm using the one by Kamatio. Should I be using this one instead? The fact 2.1 and 1.8 million is like... Looking to find a steady, not too sweaty area of crafting just to get by and get enough for WoW tokens and a bit more. Where would you go? Haven't played Dragonflight, so this is a bit too much of my brain to fathom it all. Did good on Shadowlands legendaries. Crafting is in the same position, realistically, it's always been. You're going to get about 10% profit margins on anything you craft and sell, even once you're pretty well optimized with it. So if you're looking to make tokens worth of gold, you're going to need to be doing something above average. Alternatively, it's the beginning of the expansion. You can make an absolute bomb by just flying around and picking up herbs and selling ore. It's the absolutely optimal time to do gathering for a few hours. Do an hour of gathering a day, you'll make 50k gold a day. In a week, you'll have paid for your game time, just with a bit of farming.
Many farewells.
If you're looking to make multiple tokens per month, then you are going to have to start doing something a little bit sweaty. In all likelihood. Okay, now my icons are big purple skulls. Some of them look okay. Some of them are blue, some of them are purple. This is clearly because I've got two different variations running at the same time now. Blue equals you still need some stuff. Purple equals you need the rep. Aha, okay. And then does it disappear completely if you've got everything? Okay. Can I then switch off? Oh, now I don't know which one's which. Author Camatio. Well, let's turn that one off then. The War Within Treasures and Rares. Turn that one off. Does anybody know how often patron orders reset? Haven't been able to find a definitive answer. That's probably because I'm pretty convinced there isn't a definitive answer. I am recommending everybody check their patron orders every day. Because whilst there seems to be 1 or 2 big drops of patron orders each week, there also seems to be many reports of people getting like almost a new order every day. So it's highly worth just keeping your eyes on them. Put it this way, if you log off for 3 days and don't check them, expect to miss things.
Begin speaking. Returning to work.
Do you expect the prices of Null Lotus and Tinderboxes to get much higher next week? Well, the big demand for Null Lotuses is definitely going to kick in next week, as crafters will start trying to mass produce flasks. So, whilst they've not been doing too much of that as of right now, there's probably likely to be a much bigger demand for Null Lotus next week. Similar with Tinderboxes, honestly. The more natural demand for the items will start to kick in next week. With the season launch, what that's going to do to the price, though, is dependent on how many are already out there in people's bags. If people have stockpiled them, if people have been looking at flipping them, I can never definitively tell you what the price is going to do. I can talk about supply and demand all day long, and I can share my 2 cents on that, but. And the general consensus is that if at any point demand outstrips supply, that is when you might start to see prices rise on stuff.
Veladar shift in your favor.
Any other time you see a price rise, it's usually because something like a market reset might have happened and is more what you'd consider artificial price increase rather than a natural one due to supply and demand of the items. But nobody ever knows for sure exactly why people buy things, so it's all speculation, it's all guesswork. Gotta say, I love the direction TSM's heading with their website. I'm excited about it. I really am. It's still what I would consider very early days. I personally think that TSM have maybe launched the website a little bit early. I think they've rushed to get it out the door for the launch of the expansion. But I also know this because I've known that they're redoing their website for a long time. I don't think that's insider trade secrets. I think it's been relatively common knowledge. They've been looking at redoing their website for quite a while. And as far as I'm concerned, I think it's really good. Because I've said for years, I think TSM needs to lean more on the fact that they are the data kings, right? They are the absolute data kings. Most other add-ons in-game will look to use TSM's data first, if they can, as the foundation of their add-ons in many cases. Sure, look at things like Craft Sim. They can give you the ability to use other pricing sources, but realistically, what is often considered the most reliable and the most accurate is the TSM data source. It's a bit ropes at the beginning of the expansion until market prices and stuff do their thing. But for the vast majority, it's what most people determine as the go-to source for like the prices of things. And it's clear that the way the crafting system has gone, that their in-game crafting add-on is nowhere near as powerful as it once was. And I don't think without completely redesigning it from the ground up that they would really be able to address that. But what I've A, given them feedback on, and 2, strongly believe is that because they have the data, that if they can provide people a way to use that data in a smarter way, that's where their real strong advantage sits. So, whilst I think their website at the moment probably doesn't do everything that everybody would like it to do, I do think they're in absolutely the best position to end up with a really strong product to offer.
We are the seekers of light. Always be prepared. When the starships seek shelter.
From a business perspective, they should have invested heavily into upgrading it when the Undermine journal stopped working. Kind of missed the boat a little bit on that one. Yeah, I kind of agree. I kind of think that the Undermined Journal was such a linchpin for like a lot of players who tinker in the economy. And the Ouroboros exchange... Oh my god, I died. That means I'm going to have lost my buff as well. Oh dear. The Ouroboros exchange is great, but it's still not the Undermined Journal. And I do think that TSM could really take that crown of the go-to third-party website for like data and historical pricings and that sort of stuff. Ouroboros is really cool for the fact that it gives you, you know, it acts like the auction house, but it's still by no means perfect. And is, once again, it's difficult because it's a bit of a passion project by one guy, whereas TSM is now a fully fledged team of developers, some of which I'm led to believe even work full time now. I've now put myself in a tricky situation. I don't have a quick way to get back to the Dark Moon fair. Let me do this quest, and before I hand stuff in, I'm gonna have to go get my buff back. One lapse in concentration, I died and lost my stupid buff. Do you earn renown from doing the side quests? Yes, a lot, which is why I'm doing them. Each chapter of the side quests can often give you 500 renown. Um, 550 at the moment if you got the Dark Moon buff. Bet to do it now before the season starts. Well, yeah, these first 2 weeks are, as far as I'm concerned, preparation weeks where getting the busy work done is worth doing now. Should I be crafting and should I be selling things now? Kinda. But I need to do this at some point anyway. I think it's better to do it now than try and do this like next week or the week after when, you know, all the markets are in full swing. And what I really will want to be doing is spending as much time crafting and selling things then. Probably won't want to be dedicating a few hours to go out and do, you know, lore mastery quests sort of stuff then. So now's the time to do it, really. I had the original plan to level up, designate one character to each zone, and just lore master each zone on 4 different characters, and level up that way. But it ended up being that early access presented such a much better way of leveling via dungeon spam that I leveled those characters up via dungeon spam instead. And they never really actually touched much of the questing in the zones, so...
May the shadows pass you by.
So I'm just doing this on my main character. I need to chill out before I accidentally lose rep by... I need to get back to the Dark Moon. Okay, let's get... how the flipping hell do I get out of here? Where's the flight path? I think you'll get around 10 if you do it all. Yeah, if you've done absolutely nothing and can take full advantage of the of the Dark Moon buff? Probably. I got 8 and a bit with the Assembly of the Deeps, 10 with City. I'm already 7 with Hallowfall. Yeah, I've got a lot of progress still to do in Hallowfall. 7 threads is miles behind, but these are the 3 that are important to me. I'm not expecting to actually hit the milestones this week. The only way I'll potentially do that is if I also farm the rares, or make sure I kill all of the rares. But that's just a time thing. That's just an absolute disgusting time sink, which I don't really want to do. If I'm honest, standing waiting for rares to spawn is not fun. There's part of me that thinks I should probably use some streamer privileges and get invited to different shards to hunt rares down a bit faster, but
Anaria Shola. The reckoning is.
what happened with the cloth farm at the north of Ashkahet? Well, farms come and go. This is what happens at the beginning of the seasons. Farms come and go. Players find a hyperspawn. Players abuse a hyperspawn. Hyperspawns get nerfed. Farmers move on. The trick is keeping up with what the trend is. Unfortunately, I am not the person to help you with that. I really don't do much of any farming at all ever. Right, I'm going to take a quick break before we continue on. Entertain yourselves for a couple, boys and girls. I'll be back in 2. Alrighty. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Been doing the rares for 4 hours. I've got 3. Yeah, see, I'm not about that. I would just rather not do that. Considering all this is going to actually unlock is 10 knowledge points for each of my professions, even if I get all of these in the right place. This is already what I'm considering a massive time sink for very little reward. I could, in theory, shuffle and craft and sell things and recuperate the gold probably much faster than doing this.
What is your
But
command?
as I mentioned, it's kind of one of those things that I'm going to feel less and less inclined the more the next few days and weeks go to do this. And it's another one. Reputation in the War Within is very much a once it's done kind of job. Get the chores out the way, so then I can focus on doing the stuff I actually enjoy. Have I done delves on alts for rep? No, I haven't, no. I know there's 4 rep tokens that can be obtained from doing some bountiful delves. I've also got the dungeon quests that I can do, where I can cherry pick which rep I want. Is that 1,500 rep? Or probably 1,650 right now. I might use one of those if I get close enough to a check mark. I've still got a lot of stuff to do for rep. Alright, where did we get to? Fallow Barb. Where were you then? Also, there's all the treasures. You can go collect the one-time treasures in each zone. Usually about 150 rep a piece on those as well. I still actually need to do the Darkmoon Fair on all my crafters as well. I'm cutting this a bit close. Cutting this a bit fine. I need to do that literally today. Because tomorrow's Saturday and I'm not entirely... I've got guests coming over for dinner tomorrow. So I'm not entirely sure how much I'm going to get to play tomorrow. Because I'm quite sure the wife will give me a jobs list of cleaning to do before guests come over. Because, you know, adulting, sometimes you gotta do it. Gotta do it. Guests socialising? Ew. Shocking, right?
You carry your torch, you light the city.
Made an alt with engineering to craft myself a blue tool, and this profession is hell. Engineering is an acquired taste. Dailies IRL, such an annoyance. That's it. Hey, Tinderbox hype. Woo! Money! Never skip a dirt pile, boys and girls. Who left Dragonflight and was like, oh, finally, no more dirt piles?
Bulgarians grow unchecked. Destroy the colony's
Nope.
leader and collect the spores to prevent a new fungal army.
What are we doing here? Killing things. Surely we're just killing things. Okay, just kill things. 17 of 30. Wait, hang on. Kill flickering glow moths. Flying up high in the tall plants. Oh, these things. Wait, hang on. Can I click on the eggs and do the same? No. Hang on. Wait what's this? Torch. Burn, baby, burn. Okay. Don't mind a bit of Oasis, you know. Do we reckon Oasis are out of money? Do we think this is why they're doing a comeback tour? What do we reckon? It's usually the reason bands do a comeback, isn't it? Got some bills to pay. I don't mind. I love Oasis. Easily in my top 5 favourite bands of all time.
We are all the Emperor's subjects.
Even if they did just copy the Beatles. Fun fact, the guy who did Liam Gallagher's bathroom did mine too a couple of years ago. Do you also have little cocaine mirrors next to the basins? There's a chart somewhere how much I hate my brother compared to how much I need money. Yeah, probably. That's one of those Venn diagrams, isn't it? I hate my brother. I like living the high life. Somewhere in the middle, Oasis comeback tour. If you want to learn a profession, does the tree stay unchanged if you go back? Yes. Yeah, there's no resetting your knowledge points, even if you try. At 350 quid a ticket, they can play on separate stages. Is that how much they're charging? Jesus. What's going on here? Last memento. Or maybe not. Do the people at concerts that use lighters have a name, or should I continue to call them kobolds? Yeah, that's very true. I'd never thought about it like that. £150 per ticket for standing, then Ticketmaster changed the tickets to in-demand tickets, dynamic pricing, so the same ticket became $350. That's fucking gross, you know. I get that you need to make money, right? But there's a part of me that sometimes worries that that's just scumbagging. Wasn't it Ed Sheeran complained about that at some point, basically stating that, you know, at some point he doesn't need more money. At some point he'd rather all the seats be filled, and he'd rather more people got to, you know, come to his concerts. I don't know if it was Ed Sheeran. I think it was Ed Sheeran that did something like that. I mean, I'm quite sure a few artists have probably spoke up on it, but like this gouging on price tickets is outrageous. Dynamic pricing is such bullshit like that, honestly. We're going to sell you exactly the same thing, and we're going to keep putting the price up until people stop paying it. I know that's, you know, a business's prerogative in the first place, but it feels gross the way they do it. It's one of those things where you'd actually prefer a business to be less transparent. I kind of already know that you're putting your fist deep in my asshole, but I'd rather not know about it, you know, quite so, you know. Legalized scalping. Yeah, scalping from the source. It's like, Jesus.
The Emperor rewards the faithful. The Empire is forever.
It's just like hotels and flight prices, yet they have a total monopoly on the event. Yeah, at least when you're like booking flights and stuff, there's choice, right? You can go with flipping Wizz Air and risk your life and risk your family's life, or you can go with a more reputable airline. That's kind of your choice. But if you want to buy tickets for a concert, you buy them from Ticketmaster, or you buy them from Ticketmaster.
Don't despair. The shadows sense it. The flame burns for all of us. Stay alert.
Metaverse concert performances will be a thing one day. Put your VR headset on.
Walk in the light.
This is, realistically though, that is one industry that's pretty much foolproof to that sort of stuff. There is absolutely no way to replicate concert experience outside of physically being at a concert. Sure, you can watch shit on a telly all you like, but it's not the same.
Greetings, outsider. Always be prepared. Feel the warmth of the sacred flame.
Wait, where are they? There's meant to be a bunch of dudes in there. Have they just not spawned yet? Am I too fast? Oh, I got phasing issues. If in doubt, fly away and come back again. Wait till this changes. Make it say something else. There we go. Now go back.
Destroy the colony's leader and collect the spores to prevent a new fungal army.
May Baladar stay in the light.
Still broken. Oh, no. It's just on a spawn time, okay.
The warmth of the sacred flame.
Manchester, after concerts was announced, people who had a hotel booked for that weekend had their room cancelled, saying the hotel was fully booked. Yeah, that is actual scumbaggery. That is complete scumbaggery.
We are the holders
Because
of
all they're doing is reselling the tickets again for like 5 times the price.
Find joy in the flame's light.
You would have thought that with high-res cameras, sound, VR, courtside basketball, or Wimbledon would do pretty well. You physically cannot replicate the real live experience, though. This is the problem. Doesn't matter, because the reality is you're never going to get the sound, the feel, the atmosphere. You can never replicate that from speakers or on a screen. I love technology as much as the next person, but there are some things that you just cannot replicate. This is why I kind of understand, like, automobile guys, you know, petrol heads, have a strong distaste for electric, because it doesn't feel the same. And I find it so funny how, like, a lot of electric cars now are, like, actually playing vroom vroom sounds through the speakers to make them sound more, you know, more mechanical. Where you step outside the car and you're like, this car makes 0 sound whatsoever, but you sit inside it and it's like, vroom. Like, that's actual rubbish. It's just playing through the speakers. Can confirm I'd give away my entire WoW account for a good seat at Wimbledon. Yeah, you just can't beat the real thing. What's going on here? Oh, I gotta go pick up his key from down there, don't I? Because somebody didn't have a parachute.
Outsiders are a welcome surprise. Walk in the light.
Drive that toaster into a river? Fucking hell. How good's fishing? Absolutely no idea. No idea. It was money the first couple of days, but... or for the first few minutes, until people realised Dark Moon cards drop like candy from dungeons. I'm sure there's... in true fashion, because I've paid 0 attention to it, it's probably an absolute cash cow. But tends to be what happens to me.
We burn brightly together. In hardship, kindness.
However, the EV I want doesn't seem to exist. None of this touch control shit. And it should just look like a regular car. Nothing that screams EV. Yeah, why do they try and make them all look like spaceships? I don't want a fucking spaceship. But just like driving a Tesla, driving a Tesla is as much of a status symbol as, you know, driving a smart BMW or something, you know.
If the shadows find you, call. We're all down here together.
Driving a Tesla is like owning an Apple phone. Yeah, I guess it's similar.
We burn brightly together.
It's something a bit different. It's priced at a premium because it's a little bit different. Don't get me wrong, I'd have a Tesla tomorrow if somebody gave me one. Ignore the fact that I don't have a driving license for a minute, but like, it's still the same situation. You don't need. It's a self-driving car.
Step into the light. The flame burns for all of us. Stay productive in the light, vigilant in the night.
'Tis a book. Yoink. Put a sticker on my ZX-10R bike so whenever I see a Tesla, I clutch it up in a wheelie so they can see, can your toaster do this? That's all good and well until you end up wrapped around a lamppost though, my friend. I tend not to think of it as much of a humble brag if you're doing something equally, if not more, stupid. Explain to the officer the car was driving, not you. Yep. 'Twasn't me, officer.
Outsiders are a welcome surprise. Keep an eye on the Dawn Towers.
Hang on, we're picking herbs. Don't even have herbalism. We're out here picking herbs all of a sudden. This bear's asleep. Let's leave him asleep. Yoink. They've closed my local Nando's. Now I'm in withdrawal. Oh, I miss Nando's. There's not many fast food establishments from the UK I miss, but Nando's is definitely one. Did love me a cheeky Nando's, you know. I mean, who doesn't, to be honest? If they brought Nando's to Finland, I'd be a happy man. Now, this is controversial, but I also quite like the Wagamamas as well. Never was particularly too much of a fan of sitting in the Wagamamas, but it was alright for a takeaway. It felt a bit pretentious inside. Nando's goes hard. Love me a Nando's. Half chicken, extra hot, peri-peri fries, coleslaw. Yes, please. You're in Finland at the moment? I've been for 10 years, my friend. To clarify the reason why, all I need to let you know is that my wife is Finnish. So I was of course going to end up in Finland. Kind of wrote in the contract.
We confront our true selves.
Vodka, obviously. Vodka is I drank way too much vodka when I was young. I don't drink hard spirits such as vodka much these days.
The sacred flame tempers our spirit.
Although Finland does some nice rye vodka, which is obviously different to your traditional potato-based
The
vodkas.
sacred flame guides me.
The only time I have realistically anything of that nature, though, I'm a bit partial to the odd gin and tonic.
Stay alert. Sacred flame guide your way, friend. Stay productive in the light. Vigilant in the night.
I must ensure my people's survival.
Oh my god, it's like 25 quests from here.
Surrounded by dangers.
Hang on, there's a treasure here as well. What's this one? Arathi Lawmaster. Speak with Rufus within Meroldar. Answer 7 questions correctly to get the book. Answers can be found within books located around Hallowfall. Or Wowhead will tell me the answers. Surely? Come on now. Let's not be silly here.
Aerial selection awaits your
There we go. Our ancestors used to think the cosmos was an antiquated way. What way was that? The cosmos consisted of monopole elemental phase spaces. Boom, check me out. Correct. Obviously, we know the vast majority of dimensional spaces consist of multiple energy types. Don't ask me for the logic proofs. I'm terrible at mathematics. Are you ready for the next question? Go. What are the cornerstones of training an Imperial Lynx? If I was to guess, I would say it's probably patience and respect. Boom. Winning. What should you do when Beladar shifts? I would guess probably seek shelter and light. Oh god, that's not an answer. Have plans, have backup plans, find the joy while sheltering. Give me a clue. Oh, do you not even get... Oh, you don't even get the right options to choose from unless you've actually found the books first. Aha. Okay. Well, then I am going to have to go get the books then. Alright, well, we'll come back to that. That'll be on our to-do list anyway, but let's get the quests done first. What are we doing here? Shore crawlers. Probably by the shore. Do you recommend multi-craft on alchemy as long as you are guaranteeing tier 2 flasks? Yeah, alchemy is pretty much multi-craft all the way. If you can use multi-craft, stack it. Stack it to the hills. Freebies is always better than cheaper potions. Which is your resourcefulness alternative, of course. Nothing beats free. Oh, what? No organs? How does this crab not have any organs? What kind of crab is this? A mechanical crab? It's a Tesla crab. 4. There we go. All the organs. Cheeky dirt pile, don't mind if I do. With ingenuity, what do you think they should reintroduce? Or how do you reckon they can improve it? Ingenuity would only be advantageous long term if you couldn't guarantee stuff at top quality. You can't change what ingenuity does per se without it no longer being ingenuity. It's useful as a stat, but only in the scenario where you always rely on concentration. Arguably, even in those situations, you are probably still better off going with anything other than ingenuity. For the same reason that ingenuity doesn't actually have any tangible cost saving. All it does is gives you the ability to press a button again, but sooner. There's an interesting mix between something like ingenuity and bolts, tailoring bolts, because of course they're time limited by default. I haven't actually looked in much detail to find out what the true bottleneck is going to be, because you might on a tailoring ult, and I'd probably rely on the expertise of somebody else here a little bit, but tailoring bolts, you're going to be limited by either your concentration or you're going to be limited by how fast your bolts recharge. Now, if bolts are anything like they were in Dragonflight, you're going to be able to stack up to like 30 crafts.
We are the warriors
Which
of the
means
sacred flame.
you're not going to want to cap out on the amount of crafts. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this, other than tailoring bolts are probably the only scenario where there might be some better justification for using ingenuity over something else, but I'm still not convinced of it. Because much like you don't particularly want to cap concentration, you also don't particularly want to cap your bolt crafts. So there might come a point where you choose to, yeah, one of them will be the bottleneck, and I don't really know which one it is without giving it much more thought. But I'm still pretty convinced that 99 times out of 100, inspiration is the wrong choice. If you're a weapon or armor crafter, ingenuity is better. No. No, still resourcefulness. Still resourcefulness. Especially when we get to the point where most of your profit will not come from the tips, but will come from resourcefulness procs on those orders. And especially considering you can and should be focused on overcoming the need to use inspiration and concentration in the first place. By the time you can actually guarantee crafts at quality 5, you're not using concentration to make them. So inspiration is then useless. And you can get there much quicker than most people believe. So still speccing ingenuity is wrong. One thing I will point out, this is slightly higher maths, but one of the main reasons why inspiration is so poo-poo right now is because the proc chance is so low. There is a cut-off point where ingenuity becomes really powerful, but you need to get ingenuity to start proccing significantly more often. I don't know exactly where the mathematical cut-off for this would be, but when you can start chaining inspiration procs, then inspiration becomes quite powerful. But that isn't going to happen until you're like 50, 60, 70% inspiration chance. Which I'm pretty convinced we're never going to get to. So, once again, inspiration is still the wrong choice. Haven't checked again, but in pre-patch, my Golden Boy Blacksmith showed somewhere ingenuity giving 105% of concentration back for some craft. Don't remember what it was, but maybe it was the racial. Well, that, for starters, sounds like a bug. But even still, that doesn't matter. That, like, how much gold has that made you? What has that saved you? It's, this is the thing. People seem to assume that pressing the button again is like a massive win. You still have to provide, even if you're doing crafting orders for people, sure, it's one more chance to get a resourcefulness proc. That's basically all it is. It's providing you another chance to press the button. It's not it's really not that much of a valuable stat. Moreover, you're often choosing ingenuity in favor of something else. When you look at your profession tools, for example, your main profession tool, nobody should have ingenuity on their profession tool. There's not a single market out there where you want inspiration on your profession tool. No, absolutely 100% never the right choice. Simply because by putting ingenuity on there, you're doing that at the cost of either multicraft or resourcefulness. By having ingenuity on there, that means you have less resourcefulness and less multicraft than you could. So you're not up ingenuity, you are down something else and up ingenuity. Which means you're actually at an overall loss. Even enchanting, even anything. There is not a single scenario in the game where you should have ingenuity on your tool. It's all a math question. If you make 5k profit on a 1k craft, getting that other chance is worth way more than resourcefulness. I'll crunch the math on the cutoff. Yeah, on the basis of the fact that you'd have to be able to chain. You'd have to be able to chain ingenuity procs.
Is that your
like
wallet?
2, 3, or
Are you just
4
glad to
deep
see me?
before it would outweigh
Both,
the
I
benefit
hope.
of just a single resourcefulness or multicraft proc. 20% resourcefulness, for example, is probably the equivalent of about 80% ingenuity, which is numbers that we are never going to get anywhere near. So for all intensive purposes, ingenuity is just the wrong choice. Pimparatha with a prime, thank you very much. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. With all crafts costing so much concentration, it doesn't even have a statistical chance to average out. You either win big or you lose big. Yeah, well, that's it. You can never press the button. It's been deliberately tuned so that you can never press the button more than once or twice a day. So, yeah, the law of averages, statistical... There's statistical chances require hundreds of button presses before they even become remotely close to the average.
Despite everything,
Which, in the time it takes you to press the button a few hundred times, you'll have already superseded the need to use it completely. Let's not forget there's already people a matter of days into the expansion that don't need to use concentration to guarantee top quality crafts. Do you know a tool to determine which reagent is the cheapest? No. There are some reasonably good resources out there that showcase what thaumaturgy or thaumaturgy or however you want to call it. There's a couple of good resources out there that describe how it works, but there's no like, or at least I haven't seen any sort of like cost calculator style thing. I suspect the people that have put those together are probably keeping them to themselves right now. Is the Sky Golem the only herb whilst mounted mount? I don't like its swirlies. Is there an alternative apart from specking in? Not to my knowledge. I'm pretty sure the Sky Golem's it. Although it does less swirly, loopy thing if you have new flying. old flying, it still does its stupid sway business, but new flying, it acts a lot more like a regular dragon riding mount. But yeah, I still agree. Its loopiness kind of annoys me. It was suggested that the new crowd pummeler mount should be a mining mount, and I really liked that idea. Then you'd have one that's good at mining, one that's good at herbing. Considering they're both the same sort of mount skeleton. I mean, there's always the obvious answer, just be a druid. But I also fall into the category of somebody that really doesn't particularly like the druid class. I've never got good or comfortable even at playing a druid. And so I've had druids which asked my herbalist and miners previously, and my dislike for the class only emphasizes why I don't do farming. Because to then go out and do farming, I have to then also play a class I don't enjoy. So I just don't. Maybe it's a good excuse, but it's a good excuse because I don't then want to go do farming. But my warband dudes can craft my ring, my neck, my weapon, and none of the tier piece armors at rank 5, so I'm sorted for the expansion. Okay. If you're willing to throw concentration at your crafting professions, most people can actually be quite self-sufficient with their gearing pretty easily. This is why I think the new crafting system's quite nice, because if you want to use crafting as a gold-making adventure, you can do that. You can push your professions, you can drive forward with them, but simultaneously, people who don't want to piss around with their professions and do hyper-sweaty things like farming, you know, farming knowledge points for 6 months in a row, people who don't want to spend hundreds of thousands of gold leveling them up in the early expansion, people who don't want to do that can still sort of tinker with them and play with them, but very quickly they can just use concentration to replace the skill, which I think is really quite smart. Dragonflight annoyed so many people because people felt from day one that leveling their professions was entirely pointless. Well, this sweaty goblin over there has literally made it so that the crafted items are cheaper on the auction house than I can ever make them for myself. So why bother? Which was a very valid argument. If you picked up a profession late in Dragonflight, you were basically wasting your time. Outside of a very few specific scenarios.
We are the seekers of light. Always be prepared. Beware the shadows.
What are we doing here? Ah. Oh, I remember. Yeah, you got to draw the triangle, haven't you? Weaponsmithing or tool crafting would be more relevant. Well, weaponsmithing is relevant when there's a new raid, when there's a new tier, so it's likely to be relevant a few times the expansion, and directly allows people to buy player power, so they will usually pay a fair amount for that luxury. Tool crafting, on the other hand, profession tool crafting, will see a trickle of demand throughout the entire expansion, because there'll always be people playing and tinkering with their professions. Yet, because you're not strictly selling player power, you probably will find that there won't be as much gold to be made in that market per, you know, per craft, per order. Goblins are historically very stingy. as they understand the game. Both are work orders though, so you're still going to have to do the dog shit spamming trade chat to make any sales at all. Here's the dumb napkin maths for a hobby crafter who does not outskill the ingenuity requirement alts. That doesn't translate great via Twitch chat, but I'm going to trust you. Am I to assume then you need about 2.6 times the amount of ingenuity for it to outpace resourcefulness as a stat, which in essence is never going to happen. If you can get 20% resourcefulness, you'd be needing like nearly 50% ingenuity before it starts to actually outpace it. Also known as never going to happen. Full ingenuity, you get 100% back, not 50%. Not necessarily. There is often spec trees that allow you to increase the amount that you get returned, but it's not present in every profession. It's 50% return as baseline. You have to spec into making it better.
Sacred flame, guide your way, friend.
Would likely be the last point I put nodes in. Oh yeah, I am never advocating people spend knowledge points on ingenuity. Not until you've got absolutely nothing else to spend it on. And even then, if you've got absolutely nothing else to spend it on, you're probably not using concentration in the first place. Totally dead nodes. Total bait. Especially with a system that has no undo button or no refund. It's just if you're not paying too much attention and you put 20 points into an ingenuity node, for example, like you've just done goofed. There's no other way to describe it. You've just done goofed. Actually, jewel crafting doesn't necessarily have one, does it? Leatherworking, though, mind. Which one is it? This one? Commanding concentration. Yeah, this is the biggest bait node in the game. And there's one of these in most professions. Empower your ingenuity, causing ingenious breakthroughs to refund an additional 1% of the concentration spent per point in this spec. Breakthroughs refund an additional 5% of the concentration spent when crafting leatherworking patterns. Stacks up to more and more and more, but nothing in this tree, nothing in this node is doing anything but increase your ingenuity, which you basically should never put points in here. And it, like, the only argument for putting points in here is if you've already filled this and you've already filled your resourcefulness and you've already filled your multi-craft. And the logic then goes to say that, well, if you're putting points in here and here, you've probably gained maximum skill in whatever it is you're crafting in the first place. Meaning that you're not using concentration by that point to guarantee top quality crafts anyway. So the argument for putting any points in here ever is basically zero. I understand, like, providing people choice, but when the choice is so heavily weighted in that regard, where it's not just a bad choice, it's a terrible choice within a system where there is no ability to undo any bad choices, is what I really don't like. There's always going to be a mathematical best way of doing things and an optimal way of doing things, but even if you diversify off the optimal path, it shouldn't be like almost negatively, it shouldn't negatively detriment you that aggressively like putting points in ingenuity would do. You had 38 points, you could cap it first. I should just do it for the lols. Do it for the lols. Make a YouTube video about it. Tell everybody it's basically Inspiration 2.0 and that you should put all your points in it first. Keep my competition down in leatherworking market. That would be remarkably cheeky.
Belladar shifts. It is in.
Even if you can guarantee quality 3, you still want to use your concentration to craft things cheaper. But by the time you're guaranteed, like, there's such a distinct difference between crafting one thing a day and being able to produce something as many times as you like. They are literally polar opposites. Making that one item a day, like, 10% cheaper, in the grand scale of things, is absolutely zero benefit.
We are a light in the darkness.
It's what I often refer to as an absolute, complete and utter nothing burger. It means nothing to you. Ignore it, pretend it doesn't exist, don't worry yourself about it.
Extra pair of hands. And I can see the price each conflict extracts. You've been a great help already. If you could assist Caleb, I would appreciate it. The darkness takes a heavy toll on us all.
I think it's only for the first week, because if you can get a few procs, it might be worth it. No, it's still not. It's still not. It really isn't. This is the problem. This is the problem. People look at it and they think, oh, well, I can use my concentration to make a quality 3 thing now and make 5,000 gold, yeah. But if you have to spend knowledge points making that 5,000 gold 3 times, it's really not of any value you will only live to regret that decision.
But without it, the Nerubians raid the settlements.
If it's in an area which it can be fixed, sure. If you make a profession tool, if you buy a piece of profession gear, right? If you buy a tool or make a tool that has ingenuity on it, that's something that you can fix. You can get it recrafted, you can make a new one, whatever. You can get that fixed. You can even make multiple of them if you really insist. You can fix that problem. What you can't fix is poor choice in your talent trees. If somebody dumps a bunch of points in here, it's objectively just wrong. There's no way to undo that wrong either. Which is where I object to it, like, pretty aggressively.
I will see you through the shadow.
Look at the buff, you got it from the quest. You helped out the Arathri infirmary. Gain health. 3 hours remaining. Cool. You know what I don't have? I don't have my Dark Moon buff. How long have I not had that for?
Many deals for a friend of the Grummels.
I've been on autopilot, this is the problem. Did I die again at some point? I might have done, hadn't I? Do you reckon there's a way to fix ingenuity? Not really. Because you always have, if you've got 3 different stats you can choose from, you're always going to have one that is better than the other, that is better than the other. You always are going to have, you know, a hierarchy of which one's the most valuable. Look at secondary stats on your regular characters, right? Just because haste is your main secondary stat, doesn't mean you need to fix crit. How do you fix crit? It's not that you need to fix it. You just need to know and understand that you don't stack it. That you pick the other ones first as a higher priority. It's the same with the crafting stats. It's not that ingenuity needs fixing. It's just people need to be very, very careful because it stands out quite often as if it's a very, very valuable stat, when actually it's not very valuable. It's the opposite of very valuable. It's the lowest priority stat. I'd take crafting speed over ingenuity, honestly. Anybody not choosing multi-craft, literally everybody for every spec should be picking either resourcefulness or multi-craft if it applies. You basically can't go wrong then.
We are the Titan's bedrock and foundation.
Either I'm bugged or there's a catch-up mechanism for gathering knowledge points. I got 5 times beyond the max shown. Well, there is meant to be. You can get, like, with herbalism, what they call deep groove roots or something. There is knowledge point items you can obtain past the advertised each week. I got one even last week though, so I'm not sure if they're just consistent low percentage drop chance items or whether they're a baked in catch-up system. Ingenuity is actually very competitive in Dragonflight crafts, very close to multi-craft on many items until they skyrocketed the concentration costs to use the War Within curve. Well, yeah, they never balanced or planned for it in Dragonflight crafts, so they were just fundamentally broken from the word go. Broken in a way that they never had any intention of fixing, and it was for like 2 weeks, so they didn't care. There's an achievement to help them out for 20 days. You just need to chuck them a heal or a health potion. Oh, really? Okay. That's another one of those that I should get on before it ends up on a meta achievement or something later in the expansion. Hang on. Whilst we're flying, I'm going to go take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back in 2. How's the rep grind? Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're 10 with Council, 8 with Deep, 7 with Arathi. Nowhere near the 12, 12 and 14 we actually need, but, you know, we're chipping away. We're getting there. We're getting it done. It's a bit of a slow burn, but I always knew it would.
Feel the warmth of the sacred flame.
What's this? A scout's journal? I'll come back to that later.
The
Okay, hang on.
flame burns.
It's in here.
Belladar shift in your favor.
12, 12, 14, 10 at the moment. Yeah, if you've been doing all the rares, and you've been keeping up with your world quests and stuff, you can have, to my understanding, you can have hit all the thresholds you need by now. I just haven't kept up with it.
I pray for the flame.
So I'm
show
getting a
us
bit
the
of it
way.
done now.
The darkness comes. We are prepared.
We are the warriors of the sacred flame.
Life on the farm. Somebody was mentioning earlier that you need to... that you have to at least reach a certain renown level before you can even start this. I'll look into that in a little bit later though. Once you hit renown 12, you can loot the one-time items that give 75 to 200 rep.
Why are monsters
We'll
mean?
get there. This is the last zone I need to finish the main quest lines in. Because realistically, I don't care about the severed threads just yet. These are the 3 that give me my profession knowledge points, which is why I'm trying to get these up to speed again. Got rares to do, got delves to do, got treasures to find, bunch of stuff, bunch of stuff. Because if I don't get it done this week, it will get pushed right down the priority list. Or, worse than that, it'll piss me off because the season will have started.
You are right,
and I'll have plenty other things I'll want to do. And we'll be stuck doing lore mastering to grind rep. Which will definitely annoy me.
When shadow falls, lamplighters rise.
Here we go, 500 rep.
Don't give in to fear. It's your team against my 1 unit. Easy. You win by getting my units held to 0. I win by getting each of your units held to 0.
Wait, what the hell?
Look carefully at each of your unit's abilities. Don't worry. I won't start until you make your first move. Your castle has a powerful ranged attack, but it can't move. The other 2 can move, and have both ranged and melee abilities. Each unit can only do 1 ability, then it has to recharge. While it's recharging, switch to another unit. Move your pieces around the board to avoid my attacks and deal your own. The first player to wipe out the other side's team wins. Let's do this.
I don't know what the hell's going on. I should have paid attention to this. Are you winning, son? I have no idea. Huh, I won. Check me out. Interesting. Sure. Any quick pointers what to do with an alt army of 28 level 70s? It
is good to see you.
Don't okay. In theory, you can of course get them set up with some basic professions to do some basic crafting every day. But what you really want to hyper focus on is keeping your cost of setup to an absolute minimum. Because right now, it's going to be way too easy to massively overspend leveling professions on 28 characters. And we are currently at the most expensive time in the expansion for leveling professions. All the materials are at the highest point they'll probably ever be for the rest of the expansion. If you waste too much gold setting up 28 characters with professions to do cooldowns every day, you better carefully calculate just how long it's going to take you to get any sort of return on that.
The light calls us. Thank you for your help.
I've never been particularly big. Well, an alt army is an incredibly powerful and incredibly useful tool to have in your toolbox. Yet it's the long game, right? You got to be playing the long game. You can't be setting yourself up for. You're not going to be printing money tomorrow with an alt army. And in Dragonflight, you could basically set up a very quick little profession. You could quickly level alchemy. You could very cost effectively get yourself to the point where you could craft a Dracothist and sell it once a day. You know, your return on your initial investment was relatively quick. Dragonflight doesn't offer those same luxuries.
Sacred flame guide your way,
what the hell's going on here? You're frequently going to find...
For the Empire. Always be prepared.
What the hell? Oh, of course, because you're the quartermaster. Whoops.
The darkness comes. We are prepared.
Yeah, alt armies are very quickly going to get outpaced by single profession characters. Who will be able to mass produce things at quality 3, but because they have so much resourcefulness, so much multi-craft over the alt army characters, they can actually probably, even using more expensive components, still end up crafting things at a cheaper price. I would suspect. This is a guesstimation. So the honest answer is no, I don't really have a great idea for what to do with an alt army right now. Because I think, my personal take on it is that it's the wrong time to be trying to set up an alt army. It's the most expensive it's ever going to be to level up at that alt army. And to do it in a way that is going to give you a chance of, like, making a reasonable amount return on that, I'm not convinced. I would be focusing on leveling them up, honestly. There's probably going to be something in the later patches that requires you to be level 80.
Feel the warmth of the sacred flame.
Let's not forget that even Dracothists took till 10.2, was it, to turn up? 10.1, so I don't know, whichever patch Dracothists turned up in. All of a sudden, very quickly, people realised that, shit, I need all of these characters to be max level. And that was then the advantage that those players had who had already leveled up their characters to 70 in Dragonflight. Those people who leveled up 5, 10, 15, 20 characters in 10.0 were able to then take advantage of that early market with Dracothists. You've probably got an alt army at level 70s from Remix, I'd assume. So at least you've got 1 to 70 done pretty easily. But you want to try, my recommendation more than anything, is to drive forward to leveling them to 80. And maybe try and find something that's worthwhile doing at the same time.
The Emperor rewards the faithful.
Even if it's just something simple like the skinning daily, elusive creature baiting, for example, that's probably not very expensive to set up. But it's going to require your characters to be closer to 80 to do. Blizzard's really doubled down on these select the right thing potion making quests. I think there's one of these in every zone of the game. Stomp the grapes? Wait, what? How do I stomp the grapes? Don't know why I didn't make a Jewel Crafting alt to max prospecting and then take Jewel Crafting on a main for reagent crafting. I mean, it's still entirely possible. Nothing is not impossible at this point. Like I said, the season hasn't even started. Don't sign yourself off to not being able to do something. Prospecting is also one of the easier ones to just get up and running. But I would also point out prospecting is also proving to be very competitive, especially on the EU. It looks like a lot of people have chosen to go the prospecting route. The early days profits are now very minimal. Plus, you kind of weirdly have to choose with prospecting. You have to you predominantly have to choose which ore you're going to focus on. Which means you're basically flipping a coin. Also, those tug on something whilst moving slowly. Does anybody actually enjoy those? Yeah, the vine quests. That's 8. Let's just kill these ones instead. Where's my pet gone? Oh, stupid pets are over there. What are they doing over there? Stupid elephants. Pet pathing is still a touch problematic for hunters. I used to not mind them as you could dash as a demon hunter, but they fixed that. Fun Did they really? Oh no. Can't cheese the movement mechanics. No fun.
We are the warriors of the sacred flame. We are all the Emperor's subjects.
What now? Sure, let's go. How'd you level jewel crafting up from 60? It's not cheap, but you can craft blasphemite cuts all the way up to 100. You're going to need one of the recipes, though, to do it. I have a 1 to 100 jewel crafting guide on YouTube, which will give you some pointers. I'm not doing all of that. That's silly. We good? Memory's burning. Start towards prospecting on the main, then realised how patron orders worked. Put 30 in rings and necks. Now I'm split 50-50 into it. So then I go prospecting to gem on alt and finish prospecting jewellery on main to try and save it, I guess. With so limited knowledge points floating about, I would never really have recommended you split, no. But since you already have, there's nothing much you can do about it. Eventually, you know, you'll get back to a position, but yeah, this is unfortunately the downside of crafting professions, that it is entirely possible to split. I don't know what to tell you. You clearly obviously understand that putting all your points in one direction is the better way of doing it, but because you have split, you're likely to get outpaced with prospecting, but you could probably then switch more focus to rings and necks, because of course you can use concentration to overcome the lack of skill in rings and necks, and it's more work order based, so it's a little bit more flexible. I don't know what flipping hell's going on here. Why is it not? Click memory? What do you mean click memory? Wait, hang. Oh, whoa, this tiny little yellow fuzzy thing. Christ. No wonder I missed that. Do the second one. Conveniently hidden by the chat bubble. Damn game. Third one. I'd like to be alone for a while. Alright. Give me my rewards and I'll be off.
We have strayed from favor. Take your leave. The Emperor rewards the faithful.
I kind of understand speedrunning the game like this is not the best way to experience it, but everybody else gets a 2 week chill out period before the season starts. Goblins unfortunately don't get that luxury. We're go 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 from day one.
We are the holders of hope.
The Emperor rewards the faithful. We will triumph.
It does beg the question, I wonder if they'd ever consider, like, switching off the professions for the first week. They probably wouldn't. They're probably like, well, that's what you're meant to be doing in the first week. But I would like to not have to feel like I power zerg the actual story of the game just to get it done, to get the rep sort of thing. Once upon a time, we were the fourth pillar. Look how long that lasted. Stupid delves stole our seat at the table. Probably miss out on most of the Season 1 launch hype. Ah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Sacrificed the first few days just to do the main quest line, read all the quests, had a decent time. Yeah, I went the route of leveling 4 characters to 80 in the first 2 days. I kind of did have the plans to do exactly that, to like do it early, get it out the way during early access. But leveling alts via dungeon spam was so goddamn optimal that I couldn't realistically not do that. And by the time early access was over and the main game launched, I was already elbow deep in professions. So I'm, in this regard, I'm late to the party. Because my order for 25th hour of the day hasn't turned up, so I'll have to deal with it. Turns out that a table can stand just fine on only 3 legs. We got optimized out of the game. Clearly. Turns out Bran Bronzebeard doing some adventures is more important than every goblin in existence ever. Shame. Sad times. It's not really like I need the gold, but you know, the War Within and D4 isn't paying for themselves. It's true. I need to make a bunch of gold double time because I need to buy some tokens and get 2 years of game time on this account again. Otherwise, I might have to pay for it at all. $291 now. Can we see 250? EU would love a bit of 250 action. Oh, 250 would be juicy. 4 tokens for mill. Yes, please. Been barely able to get 3 tokens with a mill for quite some time. Is that actually a rare? What's illuminated footlocker? Hello? What are you? Catch 5 falling star glimmer from the star-blessed glimmer fly to receive glimmering illumination and reveal the footlocker. Okay. One. Oh my god, they're on a timer. 2. We're going to play this like tennis. Always back to the middle. 3. 4. Oh, speedy. Nearly caught me out. Nearly caught me out. Cheeky. Yoink. Oh, wait, what's this? Dropped by Shade Shapers. Their camouflage. Oh, we'll do that in a minute. We'll do all the treasury stuff after. That's not going anywhere. Oh wait, hang on, you've got big health. Look down 2 mil, 8 tokens, next expansion. Top tier, sorted. Yep, pretty much. Playing WoW on high ping is interesting. Didn't you say you're in China or something ridiculous? Begin using this while out of combat. Oh. Oops. Can I feign death and do it? No. Okay, right. Stinky, don't die. Stinky, don't die. Stinky, don't die. Whew. Hearing this great Linkin Park song, the new song of theirs with their new singer and music continues their trend down to regular pop music. I've not heard their new stuff. I would probably agree with you though, it probably wouldn't be for me. Old school Linkin Park is literally Biss. Oh, what does this do? I'll get wrecked. Oh shit, I tagged the wrong one. Ah! After all of that, I tagged the wrong one. Okay. Well, that would have made the whole process much easier, wouldn't it? God damn. Come over here. Come over here. Don't aggro the other dude. Don't aggro the other dude. Don't aggro the other dude. Aggro the other dude. Flipping Nora. It's Tide Marshals we're meant to be killing as well. We're not even meant to be killing these dudes. Don't get wrecked. Okay. the debuff they get. Increased damage by 100% and reduces damage dealt by 70. Now we're talking. Alright, caught you streaming. Welcome in, Mr. Norton. I'm in no cam and trying my absolute best to not completely destroy my voice today. More importantly, we're only doing some lore mastery stuff anyway. This is, we're doing odd jobs. Caught a cold or something? No, I've just been playing video games and streaming way too much recently. I caught a court gamer. That's what we did. Caught a case of the gamers.
The hunger of the Cobus knows no bounds. Their
Wait, what? Drop the
cruelty has
fish
made
in
us
the
fear
deep
sea.
waters.
Drive them from our shore, back to their abyssal home. When faced with darkness, many feel their only choice is to spread its corruption. Stand firm against those lost to folly. Turn their fear.
Why can I not plop the fish? The fish is there. Oh. I had to actually be dismounted. Go, fishy fishy. More importantly, give me my rep. Boom. Nearly 8. These are not the numbers we need. We need bigger numbers. My gamers is chronic at the moment. Oh, tell me about it. I don't actually want to try and calculate how much I've played The War Within since it came out. I'm lucky luckily I haven't been doing it all predominantly on one character to have an easy way to find out. But even my Twitch dashboard says I've been streaming a little bit more recently. And that's excluding the fact that I've played the game off stream quite a lot as well. I'm probably not going to get much time to play tomorrow though, so I'm going to make up for it a bit today. Oh wait, what? Put something on who what? There's nobody here. Does Zygo just have the wrong spot for this? That does happen occasionally. Either Zygo's got the wrong spot, or it's actually got the right spot. What the hell? Am I missing something around here? Oh, I need to kill the dudes out here to get these. Okay. I see.
The flame burns for all of us.
hope you are not worried. I love the flowers you sent. Miss you or the work you're doing. Truly grateful. Yours.
Stay
Boom.
productive in the light, vigilant in the night.
There's Sharp Fang. Gotcha. Linkin Park track's pretty terrible. Her voice is pretty great, but the songwriting and lyrics, yikes. Oh dear. Oh dear. I've not heard it. I might listen to it later. We got to burn these down or something? Aha. Oh. Burn each one separately. Oh, missed one. Okay. 10 out of 10. Droopfin? Where's Droopfin then? Was that in there? No. There he is. Messed up my alchemist and put 25 into bulk production already before maxing out the individual herbs. If I start a new character now, would I be 2 behind on knowledge point on that as well to meet the initial rank 3 flasks needed next week, week after? I'm like 41 knowledge points away from maxing out a second herb on the one I messed up on, so that's like 3 weeks. You won't be the first to market for mass producing quality 3 flasks, no, but you absolutely do not want to start again. Your bulk production isn't a terrible thing. We're actually getting more knowledge points per week than we kind of expected anyway. Patron orders are dishing out easy 10 points a week, if not more. 10 to 15 points a week just from patron orders seems more than possible right now. So, if you're lucky, you'll only be a couple of days behind the first to market on the rank 3s. So you'll still probably make an absolute killing. I think it's, I think you'll be fine. Honestly, your bigger concern will probably be getting your herbs at the right price. Literally more than anything else. There's no reason you couldn't just capitalize on the herb prices to make gold that way right now, honestly. Assuming you've got plenty of gold to spend. I'm going to assume if you are going for like region first flask crafting, you probably have a fair amount of gold.
May Beladar stay in the light.
Step into the light. We are the seekers of light.
We burn brightly together. In hardship, kindness. Outsiders are a welcome surprise. May Beladar stay in the light. Feel the warmth of the sacred
More
flame.
of these fellas upstairs.
We are the holders of hope.
We are the holders of hope.
People will use rank 2 for Mythic Plus, I think.
In hardship, kindness. We
Um,
burn brightly together.
I mean, yeah, people will. There's definitely still a mass market for Q2s, but that doesn't take away from the fact that the first people to make quality 3 flasks have a license to print money. Because it will also simultaneously tank the price. See, if you look at the price of flasks now, they look horrible. But that's because the only rank 3 flasks that exist right now have been made with concentration. Soon as people can start guaranteeing them and producing them en masse, price starts to look a lot more reasonable.
Together. Find joy in the flame's light.
This is also why I suspect that alchemists out there that are trying to push into flasks first will need to be pretty savvy about buying a good supply of herbs up front. Because you're still going to be fighting on price. Without question. Alchemy is always one of the most competitive markets in the game. Because it's super high volume market. Especially with it being region wide. Will alchemy be a passive goal maker with the blasphemite transmute? Probably not. Blasphemites are a byproduct of thaumaturgy. For as long as you can turn a profit switching one material into another, blasphemites are basically free. I also suspect, even before we go into Season 1, there's people out there that at a moment's notice could produce thousands of blasphemites. People have been tinkering with alchemy literally since day 1 of the expansion, and will have more gleaming than they know what to do with right now. That's not to say the blasphemite market won't get reset a few times. People do their absolute utmost to keep value in the market, but I'm not sure how long that value is going to last, since the production cost of blasphemites for many alchemists is basically 0. Oh, I've got my Merkfin lure.
May Baladar stay in the light.
Do you see the dust resets actually holding? Price didn't drop that much. Yeah, I mean, it's often what you find with these sorts of markets is that as soon as one person makes the move, everybody makes the move. So there'll be a lot of enchanters out there, right, that will have been thinking about buying up some dust, some shards, some crystals to mass produce enchants next week. And a lot of them would have just been waiting, and then one person sees that, oh, hang on, somebody's bought a bunch, so I'll buy a bunch, and then everybody else buys a bunch, and the market holds at that price. It's the natural sheep mentality in all of us. Sheep and FOMO. They see one person buy a big chunk of it, they think now's the time to buy, and so everybody buys a big chunk of it, and then everybody continuously buys at that same price. Same with trading. Yeah, I mean, it's incredible the amount of crossovers there is in the WoW economy than there is with, like, regular trading.
We are the seekers.
There's part of me thinks one day, if I ever have what would be considered spare cash, I might have an opportunity in a similar but different field. Maybe my insights are wasted on the WoW economy. Maybe I should go work for a bank and become a billionaire instead. It's a little bit different though, playing with Monopoly money than it is with actual money. Oh shit, oh, missed.
In hardship, kindness.
Beladar shift in your favor. For the Empire.
Billionaires usually don't have too much time for WoW though.
Always be prepared.
Well, try telling that to Elon Musk. He plays a fair amount of video games. Last time I checked, he's got a few quid.
There is always hope if we choose to look for it. Beladar shine on you.
Beladar shift in your favor.
In hardship, kindness. If the shadows find you, call.
I would like to say he's like the odd one out when it comes to billionaires though. But realistically, they're all a bit weird, aren't they, in their own way? Maybe weird's the wrong word. Unrelatable is probably a better word.
Flame guide your way, friend.
Outsiders are a welcome surprise.
Greetings, outsider. When the star shifts, seek shelter.
Right, I got 6 minutes on my buff. I need to be super cautious I don't drop it again and forget. Chickens! Get the chickens! Look at all them chickens. Waxy chickens. I contend that Musk is about as weird as they get. He's a bit of an oddball, isn't he? It's weird, isn't it? Elon Musk is another one of those people that seems to magically gone from being just quite a cool, interesting, eccentric businessman to an absolute nut job. He was doing so well. He was doing so well. And if I'm honest, it all went downhill when he bought Twitter. Elon was always arrogant. Well, I think when you have that much success, you buy yourself the ability to be arrogant. I look at Gordon Ramsay in the same sort of vein. Gordon Ramsay has a right to be arrogant because one, he's one of the most successful chefs on the planet, if not the most successful chef on the planet. He's also clearly a very shrewd businessman. So there's part of me that gives him a free pass. I have the same opinion about like superstar like sportsmen and stuff. Like you kind of in a way have bought yourself the ability to be a bit arrogant. You can get away with it because in many regards you are better than other people. So it's not arrogance if you actually are better than other people. I mean, Elon was doing so many cool things. I mean, Tesla fundamentally was pretty cool, right? Tesla's cool. Making stupid flamethrowers, kind of cool. Trying to build stupid tunnels under LA, kind of cool. You know, selling PayPal for $1 billion in its own way, kind of cool. Like, making the electric cars, really kind of cool. And then he just lost the plot and bought Twitter. It's like, what's going on? Spaceships, pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, literally going into space is every small kid's dream, right? Or at least it was for many. Well, I suppose the moon landing and all of that sort of stuff built a generation of, like, wannabe astronauts, but... And then deciding that X is a better name. Yeah, and now fundamentally using the entire platform as a soapbox for him to stand on. This is what I said to people. Paying $46 billion or whatever it was for Twitter was not about making a profit on another company. It wasn't a profitable adventure. It was about owning what money can't buy. And for one small minute, money could buy it. And so he bought the one thing that realistically money can't buy with money. He bought a social media network. He bought one of what is only ever been a handful of things. And more importantly, one of what is the most you know, if you own a social media platform, you arguably have more power, more reach than anybody on the planet. You know, it's crazy people's dream for hundreds of years to be able to control the media. That's exactly what Elon did by buying Twitter. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying people who are laughing at him for spending $46 billion on a company that is now probably quote-unquote worth half as much only a year later, he didn't give a shit. Zero shits are given. It wasn't about buying a profitable business.
Feel the warmth of the sacred flame.
Making fire. He was always that way. He was just fooled by his PR team. A good PR team can make anybody like them look like those. Well, maybe. But the emphasis was he was kind of doing cool things, irrespective of the PR around him. See, I nearly turned this in, look. Nobody reminded me about my buff. Like I said, making spaceships, cool. Making electric cars, kind of cool. Buying social media platforms and then becoming an absolute fucking nut job, not so cool. Elon really wants to save the world, but only if it's him who does it. Yeah, that's a very good quote. He'd cure cancer if he could take credit for it. But if he can't take credit for it, and nobody doing it. Best part of Elon was finding out that his name in Amber Heard's phone was Rocket Man. Flipping Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial business was definition of unhinged.
Do you have a query?
It's fine, Elon will install microchips in everybody's brain anyway. Yeah, that's the kind of thing you can say that actually sounds like a meme, but it's actually not. It's literally not. Oh yeah, Neuralink. Let's put an iPhone in everybody's brain. That is crazy. It always makes me giggle then how you get these people who are like, oh yeah, you know, I don't want to be vaccinated. They're secretly putting a chip inside me. Hang on, let me quickly check my Twitter on my iPhone. It's like, you absolute donkey. You wouldn't see the irony coming if it slapped you in the face. I'd say it's the other way around. Just being another money bag is nothing new, but him sticking to his ideals, even when it costs him big bucks, is what earns him respect, in my opinion. Well, yeah, you can't argue. He sticks to his guns, doesn't he? He wanted to call PayPal X 20 years ago, or whenever it was he started it. Just because he had to spend $46 billion buying Twitter to call it X. He still got it. Stuck to his guns on that one. I'm not sure if respectful is the word I would use, but like, if there's one admirable trait, persistence is maybe it. He's been holding x.com domain for 20 years. Yeah, he was always going to use it at some point, wasn't he?
The flame burns for all of us.
Renown 8. We're getting there. These numbers are starting to look a little bit better. Still not perfect, mind. 8 is not much more over than halfway to 14, which is an ouch, but there's lots of pink dots on my map still. Still lots of rares to kill for rep. Lots of treasures to pick up as well. He just wants to copy Weibo and make the everything app. It'll never work now. The brand's too tainted. Yeah, the whole thing feels odd. Quickly harvest my chickens. I mean, I know they're eggs and I know they're meant to be small, but this is pixel perfect small. Oh shit, where did you come from? I mean, China at the moment, they really use WeChat for everything. Very fair play. you can't survive without it installed. I mean, that's wild. That you can genuinely actually have one app on your phone that does everything.
Feel the warmth of the sacred flame.
All forms of communication, all forms of
Keep an eye on
payment,
the Dawn Towers.
a lot.
We're all down here together.
Mockshade? Where are you at? I should really kill these rares when they pop up on my map. Even if I have to go out of my way to get them. Oh, actually, that's one that I don't need to kill because I've already got the rep from. Claimed the rep. Very handy for China State to have everything neatly in one app. Yes, convenient, I imagine.
We have strayed from favor. We are all the Emperor's subjects. Obey the testament of Merildar. Take your leave.
We are the holders of hope. Walk in the light.
Can't survive without it installed, but bugger me to say bye-bye to privacy. It's wild, isn't it? Like, when you think that China has got that kind of like wrapped up in a nice, neat little parcel, and you think there's like a billion of them, Western world don't have a chance. It's not that it won't happen. It's not that it won't happen over here. It's more of a It's more of a factor of when. When, not if. The question is, though, is it going to be Apple? Is it going to be Google? Who's it going to be? Already has, just a little less overt. Well, I mean, we're already halfway there. Maybe Gaben steps up. Call it Wii Steam or something. Do it. He's surely printed enough money, though, with Steam, right?
There is always hope if we choose to look for it. Beladar, shine on you.
Here's another one of those pull a weed jobs again. Look, we were talking about these a minute ago. There's one of these in every zone. You don't have the social credit score to buy this game. Yeah, you're too poor to waste your life playing video games. Go get a job. It's literally what it would say. Sorry, you have not clocked in for 40 hours of manual labour this week. You are not allowed to purchase this entertainment product. What was that? You called your jungle character in League of Legends a scumbag noob? Say goodbye to your pension plan. It gets a bit risky, doesn't it? COD lobbies would never be the same again.
May Beladar stay in the light. Keep an eye on the Dawn Towers.
Garlic breath Hydra. Nobody likes garlic breath. Especially not vampires. Tired of getting blown up for 4 last points. I guess anybody that's going thaumaturgy spec has to just deal with going boom. But if you're going potions or you're going flasks, you do realise you don't have to go boom, right? You can get formulated courage with 30 points in alchemical mastery. No more boon for you. Crokit? Do we need to kill Crokit? Yes, we need to kill Crokit. Slap a frog. 37 mils. I'm not convinced I kill 37 mils by myself. Monkey Monk. Bring 10 shadow blind grouper, buy or fish them up. Oh, shoot. Are they easy to fish up? Clearly, because this water's not even deep enough for fishing. Is somebody just going to do it for me? Alright, we'll do it another day. Do it another day.
In hardship,
Not going to waste my Dark Moon buff messing around with that stuff yet. Let's get these big points done first. Oh shit, what are we doing? Use the abilities on your action bar. It doesn't matter which order you use them. Press buttons. Yeah, I'll buy some fish from the auction house. We'll make the process easier. Yeah, we're in danger of turning into a student stream with this music on, aren't we? Oh, we're done. We've done our choppy choppers. Some garlic knots. Okay.
Don't despair.
More importantly,
The
rep.
shadows sense it.
Where did the garlic knots go? Hang on, tattered letter. What are you? I don't mind switching the music up occasionally. This is one of the advantages of streaming on YouTube as well. If people take a strong distaste to the music, there's always a non-music version. Hang on, Scout's Journal. That's not a Scout's Journal. That's a wax patch, but we take wax patches. Calm down, Fury Warrior. Jesus. I have both Twitch and YouTube open. I hope it helps the almighty algorithm. It does indeed, thank you. Doesn't do much for your bandwidth usage, but I appreciate it all the same.
In hardship, kindness.
Right, that said though, I've probably not got too much longer today, considering it's tis a Friday, and I was in theory meant to be resting my voice today. Streaming for 5 hours isn't really resting anything. Neck rings, jewel crafting maxed out. Now I don't know what to do next. I've not quite got to the exact same position with professions yet, where I'm contemplating where my next move is. But I've still been looking at like keeping up with artisan security and stuff, since there's some advantage of getting a second profession tool. At least I've found some use for it. If you feel your max build already, one of the advantages you have is you can just stockpile knowledge points and kind of sit on them. Let the market tell you where to go next. There's nothing to say that you can't sit on them for a while, and you know, if something turns up, some gem is massively underrepresented or something, start throwing points in that direction.
We must prepare for Belladar to shift. We are the holders of hope. Always be prepared.
To Merrilik's Council Ward. The people behest on all sides by Monster in the Dark. They want to reopen trade with your people. Signed, me.
Sacred flame guide your way, friend, for the Empire. Always be prepared.
Discovered that my blacksmith can recraft items without artisan security, whilst my leatherworker needs to invest some points to recraft an item. Is this a bug? I don't know. I've not looked into recraft. One thing I will say about recrafting is it's been very broken. People couldn't even recraft stuff in the first few days. I'm assuming they've fixed some of it. But I'm going to be brutally honest, I haven't actually looked in that much detail. If it says you need artisan security and it doesn't take it, that's a bug. If it, you know, doesn't ask for it, that's somewhat intended. Blacksmithing has, excuse me. Blacksmithing uses artisan security on ever-burning ignition. So there's a chance they get a free pass on using it on recrafts, maybe. Because of that, not sure. Can't say I actually know.
Have you seen any spooky stuff? Are you from above? I can hide in the dark. Know what to do during curfew.
Are there no treasures in the first zone? Only the Ringing Deeps and beyond. I can't find any in the Isle of Dawn. There are treasures. There are definitely one-time treasures. There are definitely repeatable treasures. There's also not wax piles, sorry, disturbed earth piles. But you just have to find those. There is less, though. Both Hallowfall and the Ringing Deeps are far more populated with just generic treasures. If you're hunting down your weekly knowledge points for treasures, for example, I'd pick Hallowfall or the Ringing Deeps. That's what I've been doing anyway. That said, that's also on my list of stuff to do. Oh my god, my list isn't getting shorter, it's only getting longer. Who made this MMO have so much content in it? Dear Lord. Shame I won't be saying that in a few weeks' time, but game's the game. You don't even have ATT enabled? I do, I've just deliberately turned it off very quickly on loading in, because it's one more distraction I definitely don't need. It's here, it's waiting. Yes, there is the theory I probably should be wombo comboing the whole thing, but the squirrels are too strong right now.
Grown-ups say, be careful in the dark. Don't wander off into the dark.
I don't think have I been down here before? Oh, is this the entrance to the delve, isn't it? Is there a way to get out of here easy? Does this act as a zoomy thing? It does. Well, that's quite cool. What's a pebble? Dark side pebble. I don't know. Two more. Whoa, this is a tune I've not heard in a while. Rasmus. These guys are Finnish, I think.
What are you? Only play when it's day, because at night,
Any plans to get the auction house mount? Nah. I've signed off the fact that I'm never getting the Longboy. If the black market auction house reset at a more convenient hour of the day, I'd give it a go. But the fact that it flipping doesn't reset till 1 o'clock in the morning for me is very not convenient. So I basically am not even attempting. Pet's dead? Where did my pet die? Lies. Lies, I tell you. there's no way I aggroed that twice. Hey, rep, we take it. Yeah, the new the new Linkin Park track is clearly causing controversy. It's clearly not some people's cup of tea. This was not a clever idea. Been everything poisoning me. Sing a good, song bad. Is that the general consensus, is it? Or it's a consensus? Feast recipes from the weekly quests are alt farmable or have one chance per week. I have no idea. I have not looked at cooking for 1 minute this expansion. I tend to leave cooking to those who have more time than they know what to do with. It's usually very time intensive cooking. So it's one of those. I love the fact that everybody can, but I also love the fact that most people don't. It's what makes it an interesting market. How you get the feasts though, no idea. You get the feast by either spending a ton of gold in the auction house or by RNG. Oh, ton of gold every time. Just do it. Put your money where your mouth is. Don't waste your time farming something you can buy. That's ludicrous. Why waste your time when you can buy somebody else's? Time is money, yo. Nice. Let's turn these in then. See if these are going to give me any juice.
We must prepare for Belladar to shift. For the Empire. The darkness comes. We are prepared for the Empire.
Oh, no rep.
This land was not what we expected.
Can you take a look at weapon stones? I can't find a path to guarantee tier 3 without concentration. They're blacksmithing, right? I haven't got blacksmithing on this dude right now. If you ask me again when I'm on a blacksmith, I'll more than happily have a look. You can use craft sim though. The easiest way is to, if you use Craft Sim, pick a recipe or pick your stone and put specialization info on. This will show you all the spec nodes that can benefit that craft. And you'll usually need most of these full before you'll be able to guarantee something at Q3, or at least the ones that give skill anyway.
May the winds be in your favor.
Come see my wares.
Ah, been waiting for you. Come back again.
I search each day for a winning strategy. The Day of Darkness changed everything.
Okay, we are nearly done with the Hallowfall campaign as well. We're 10, 8 and 8. It's not exactly where I'd have liked to have been, but it's significantly better than I started the day with. So I'll absolutely take that. Now, I'm going to have to clearly spend some time hunting down treasures, killing some rares, cleaning the map a little bit more. But for now, I'm going to leave it there for today. I can feel my voice is teetering over the edge. I think I need to. It's getting a bit raspy. I think I should play it safe. Now, stream tomorrow. May or may not happen due to it's Saturday. But we should be back either Sunday or worst case scenario Monday. So if I don't see you boys and girls, have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy the final weekend before everything goes utterly crazy. If you're doing preparation of your professions and stuff, don't spend too much. Try and at least craft and sell some stuff in the run up to keep your costs under control. But if nothing else, have fun. I will see you when I next see you, which will possibly be tomorrow, Sunday, or Monday. Have a good one, and I'll catch you all next time. Peace.